build horizontal ties with local communities and advocate Ukrainian affairs at all levels. I hope that in the past 4.5 years, I've been Ukraine's voice in foreign jurisdiction, but it is important for me to know which country I would be returning to. I have been displaced on 2 occasions, back in 2014 when I had to leave Donetsk for Mariupol, where our unit had been relocated to, and then had to leave Mariupol. At the time of the full-scale invasion, my son was 11 years of age, and I had to take care of him. I made papers to let him leave Ukraine for Germany. This separation was a trial for me, and I had to also emigrate. But emigrating didn't mean that I would ever stop being part of my country. It is also important for me to remain a citizen of Ukraine, a Ukrainian, being someone who can contribute to Ukraine, to Ukrainian community, and to express my will to make Ukraine part of the European Union. As of the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I joined the armed forces. Why my voice has to be heard, I think, because I am a citizen of Ukraine, and I think that my family would also want me to help Ukraine become a really independent nation. In the past years, I've been a volunteer distributing Ukrainian movies in Ukraine, including documentaries. We are one of the elements that keeps Ukraine in the limelight of the British press and media. And therefore, I think that I have every right to take part in the first post-war elections. I had to leave my country with my daughters. One of my daughters is affected by cerebral palsy, so I couldn't stay in Ukraine. But wherever we are, Ukrainians are keepers of Ukrainian identity, and therefore we all have a voice to express. The war changed the addresses, the residential addresses of millions of Ukrainians, but they remain Ukrainians. They are something that Ukraine should rely on. Now we can move on to the official part of our event, and without further ado, I would like to invite esteemed organizers of this event, Mr. Stefan Shlomo.
Good morning. Nice to see you. I think we have the first deputy speaker online. So, Mr. First Deputy Speaker, deputies, Mr. Chairman, Mr. State Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a big honor to welcome you to this conference this morning on preparing Ukraine's future post-war elections, with a focus on one of their most complex challenges, ensuring the political rights of millions of Ukrainians displaced by Russia's aggression. Let me begin also by thanking International IDEA, the Central Election Commission, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for convening this critical discussion. I would also like to warmly welcome the representatives of EU member states and other European partners who have generously shared their expertise and engaged directly with Ukrainian counterparts over the last month. Your collaboration underscores the shared commitment to Ukraine's democratic resilience. The topic before us today is technical in detail, but democratic in essence. Russia's war has displaced millions of Ukrainians, many now living in the EU. Even after the war, security risks, destroyed infrastructure, and the long road to recovery may prevent the return in time for Ukraine's first post-war elections. At the same time, inclusivity and inclusive elections is not optional. It is the foundation of credible and trusted elections. Yet the scale of displacement presents unprecedented challenges, legal challenges, institutional ones, operational challenges, and beyond. Ukraine's existing systems were not designed for this reality. That is why the European Union has supported the Inspire Ukraine initiative, which has brought together the Central Election Commission, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ukrainian diplomatic missions abroad, and their European counterparts to explore practical models for out-of-country voting. This project has also strengthened relationships between Ukrainian institutions and their European partners, relationships that will be vital when elections become possible. Let me also be clear about one thing. The decision on how to organize voting for Ukrainians abroad rests solely with Ukraine. It must be made through Ukraine's legislative processes, following an inclusive debate and a rigorous assessment of feasibility, security, and international standards. Our objective today, our objective with the project we supported and that IDEA International implemented, is to expand the evidence base to provide comparative analysis and practical insights so Ukrainian decision makers can weigh the opportunities and trade-offs of each option. The lessons learned paper we discussed today does exactly that. It is offering actionable recommendations tailored to Ukraine's legal framework, security environment, and democratic needs. This work is also directly linked to Ukraine's EU accession process. Free, fair, and inclusive elections are core European values, and strong democratic institutions are essential to Ukraine's integration path. Ukraine's roadmap on democratic institutions already recognizes the need to adapt electoral laws for the post-war context and protect the rights of displaced citizens. But this is more about than compliance, it is about recovery. And recovery is not just about rebuilding roads, schools, or energy grids. It is also about restoring democratic legitimacy, social cohesion, and public trust. Ukrainian abroad, and we have just heard that also in the short film at the beginning of the event, for Ukrainians abroad, participation in elections is a lifeline to their political community, a way to shape their country's future, even from afar. And inclusive elections will help ensure that physical reconstruction and democratic renewal advance hand in hand. Before I conclude, let me briefly share 4 main critical insights from this study. First, no off-the-shelf solution exists. European models vary widely, reflecting legal traditions, administrative systems, and public trust levels. Ukraine must design its own approach. Secondly, every option involves trade-offs, balancing accessibility, security, electoral integrity, cost, and timelines will require difficult but necessary choices. Third point, host country cooperation is essential, whether for legal approvals, premises, logistics, or voter communication. Partnerships with host nations will be key, but their form will depend on Ukraine's chosen model and local laws. And fourth, security must be integrated from the start. This means protecting voters and officials, securing electoral materials, countering disinformation, and be ready to deal with provocations. The overall message is clear. Ukraine needs time, evidence, and institutional capacity to make informed decisions, one supported by early diplomatic engagement, realistic planning, and clear responsibilities. In the short term, this project findings should catalyze an inclusive Ukrainian debate on viable options and division of roles among the Central Electoral Commission, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, security institutions, and others. And once a model is chosen, Ukraine will need a robust legal framework, adequate resources, trained staff, security and contingency plans, and timely engagement with host countries. Ukraine's first post-war elections will be a historic milestone for its democracy, recovery, and European future. The task is unprecedented, but Ukraine is not starting from scratch. Through this initiative, you have already strengthened institutional knowledge, you have built vital partnerships, and developed an evidence base for decisions ahead. The European Union remains steadfast in supporting Ukraine's preparations for elections that are fair, free, secure, and inclusive, ensuring that every Ukrainian, wherever they may live, can help shape their nation's future. I wish you productive and forward-looking discussions.
Стефане, дуже дякую за цю промову. Я думаю, що дуже коротко, але
Thank you very much, Stefan, for this welcome remarks in which he also expressed several important conclusions following the study. Now I would like to invite someone who was also one of the originators of this project and lead in consultations with the EU member states, namely Mr. Dydenko from the CEC of Ukraine. Thank you, Julia. Thank you. Good morning. I'll be looking into my talking points. This is indeed very good that we have so many participants attending both offline and online, because the event is very important. Of course, nobody is saying that election are gonna be called anytime soon, but it is time we took measures to prepare ourselves for the first post-war elections, a very challenging thing for Ukraine. And again, I won't tie myself saying that Ukraine is fighting in this war for its democracy, for the right of Ukrainians to determine its future in freer and fair elections. After the martial law is lifted, the issue of recovering full democratic processes will become a top priority. This is not to say all the challenges stemming from the fact that Ukrainian infrastructure has been severely destroyed or destructed. Millions of Ukrainians had to leave Ukraine. And security issues, OCV, we are all aware of it, is a very challenging part of Ukraine's getting prepared for this post-war election, and many will judge Ukraine's democracy by measuring how it prepared for OCV. Millions of Ukrainians had to leave the country because of the war, and it is likely that Not all of them will get back to the country after the martial law is lifted because, well, they they just don't have where they can go back to, as hundreds of communities have already been destroyed, and therefore Ukraine has to care of preparing for out of country voting, which is, let us be frank, is a challenge for any nation, let alone post-war nation as Ukraine. You have to multiply the degree of complexity by, I don't know what, probably 10. Staffing, external threats and security risks, etc. At any rate, the model of OCV for Ukraine to implement in order to ensure the voting rights rests with the Parliament of Ukraine. CEC, in turn, has since 2022 been acting in order to provide the Parliament and the society in general with the comprehensive picture or landscape of those challenges. We submitted our proposals to the Parliament back in 2023. A work group was established to this end in order to look at such options as e-voting, which we still believe is not a very likely option given lack of trust, and an option involving creation of polling stations outside of diplomatic missions. We then followed with submitting to the Parliament our, so to speak, concept vision related to the procedure of creating polling stations, getting registered at their address, all the more so that many Ukrainians have failed to do that.
For that, we would like to come up with a proposal for the recommendations of the CSC to become the bedrock for the parliamentary hearings, to enforce all the dialogue necessary to define further steps for the electorate proceedings abroad. Dear colleagues, once we get back to the current agenda and processing the results of the reports elaborated on the subject matter, this is a long-term work that started back in 2013. That happened thanks to multiple efforts of the international community, where I and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, specifically along this avenue and in many other respects, appeared to be indeed very useful and productive. Primarily, this is related to shaping the model that we came up with regarding reforming the post-war electorate model after examining patterns of post-war elections in different countries, and that thus to deliver solutions to this problem in terms of how to settle the electorate bottlenecks. That we also scrutinized how to set up cooperation with state agencies abroad, and your input on that will be also much appreciated. From the point of foreign visits, for the universal solution for each and every country, you will never find the win, since even if such universal pattern is supported by stakeholders, this algorithm appears to be indeed difficult, and with each and every country will need to explore this scheme of cooperation and interact in a timely manner following the legislative solutions for the underpinning model that should come up as fast as possible. The second step is to ensure assistance to the partners, and that should be based on political strongholds and solutions, which will be politically viable. In any case, our partners will not be able to do the work instead of us, and our partners are well prepared for furtherance of interaction, and they're physically available for that. But despite that, we face some legitimate constraints, and that will require 2 or 3 more years to process the underlying problems. In cooperation with international partners, it's reasonable to state that they will help us in demonstrating we are to open foreign states, communicate with our citizens, and how to ensure smooth international interaction. Our partners abroad are open to join this partnership, and coordination of effort will become the floor for furtherance of collaboration, and without it from our international partners, it will be practically impossible to move on with other initiatives. And on the assistance from abroad, this should be appreciated, and we should take into consideration the international effort that we would like to extend gratitude to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the competent authorities of foreign states, as well as the civil society and the Ukrainian associations and unions abroad. Throughout the elections abroad, whenever it goes about the OCV process, and if this achievements which were demonstrated when we attended the polling stations abroad, I believe that Ukraine will be able to accomplish its goals and demonstrate high result. That taken into consideration support from our partners and liberation of a viable model.
Дякую, і хочу нагадати, що у нас гібридний захід. Паралельно з нами у нас в онлайні більше 75 учасників, з яких багато представляють органи влади ЄС.
Presence, we have 75 participants, delegates of the EU agencies, alongside with that, we're on the lines. The delegates, which are our consultancy partners, are available, and we would like to hear from them as well. And that I would like to pass to the first deputy of the chairman of the Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Kornienko. You're welcome.
Доброго ранку, колеги. Вибачте, що не можу бути особисто.
Dear colleagues,
Є певні причини.
apologies for not being
Але
physically
захід дуже
available with
важливий.
you.
Дуже
This
дякую.
event and vital
Центральна
takes
виборча
a lot
комісія МЗС і всім, хто
to the
долучений до
CC,
цього.
the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and all the stakeholders that joined to this large project for your assistance implementation of the ongoing project, and that while addressing the international this will be stepping, let's say, stone, a new building block in our cooperation with international partners. Under that, I would like to say thank you to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the last interaction that has in it years for now, where we can reclaim that our partners, in line with international partners, elaborated assistance packages through the cooperation with the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, and that huge work which underpinned this project proved long-lasting after it is behind us for the moment, and it's necessary to stress that we jointly with the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, colleagues and civil society were indeed seriously oriented towards success for the Ukrainian abroad. This is a loss in pain, and it's necessary to have proper perceptions of expectations, what we will have at the election results, what stages we will have to face, and what we have already overcome. Primarily, we had some fear for it in the face of these difficulties, and out of 4 billion Ukrainian which are to be involved in OCV, processes. We are yet not aware how the Ukrainian abroad will respond to the challenges. Probably all of them will abroad, or that I can say that we are not sure how many of them will turn to returnees. The Ukrainians have become much more informed and aware role. Again, aware of that the more informed we are, the better it is, and that we also admit at the parliamentarian level as well, and that we initiate quite a realistic framework, and we foresee how the OCV will be brought into life at the polling stations abroad among the Ukrainian diaspora, and that we would like to extend gratitude to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Mr. Karasevich, the State Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for your practical strongholds. And again, at the background of this huge effort, I would like to say that today we play a trump card, or we face significant limitations, but alongside we also have lots of proposals from international partners and alliances. From the point of the picture that we have built up for the foregoing, again, the international partners are expected that demonstrate their will, and they also will give us an understanding how we can count on them in terms of leading the actions, and that following the current undertakings, we have the pertinent regulations that will be underlined governing document for that, and that we would like to thank to elected bank because that put in this part of the regulation of post-war elections, human facts will be again seen to consider to escape collisions. On my part, I would like to say that journalists have already passed whether they have already put up together, or whether this has been on delay. Probably we have all managed to pull up the effort, and we have proved to be determined in terms of our solution to continuously lead similar events, and you can see us as an open working group in this domain, and there is a lot from us to be heard for our voice to amplify among partners. the OCV elections abroad. Now this is a track that requires probably less legislative regulation at the level of the working group. At the sessions, probably we had contested issues, but this is again probably the avenue which requires today probably late in 2027 capital to be fueled. And I have already addressed Minister of Foreign Affairs for that reason. Let's be mindful that without proper understanding of international horizons, it will be really hard to allocate money for any purpose. But for the dialogue with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, probably it's sensible to reinforce this dialogue from the point of the also elections. And again, probably it is reasonable to sign off some regulations at level of cabinet, and at that I would like to extend greetings to the participants, which today present quite a powerful makeup. Julia, thank you very much for such a high level presence. The working group is absolutely open. All of issues will arise in communication with citizens. Alexander, thank you very much for certain proceedings of the working group that I would like to pass to the State Secretary of the Ministry of Affairs, Mr. Karasavich, to reflect. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Primarily on the part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to join all the words of gratitude which have already been voiced on the part of and as regards to the ideas contribution and for the input of the international partners for effective organization of its monitoring program and its implementation. It was a powerful effort. This project has become an important platform for elaboration of tailor-made practical solutions to be able to resolve these problems which we'll face in the future. We're all aware that within the ongoing project framework, our CST colleagues alongside with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our colleagues from abroad, facilitated standard visits overseas to enable meetings with Ukrainian living abroad. Thank you very much for organization high level of housekeeping and that warm words of gratitude to the partners abroad who stayed open and helped us stay in touch with the best practices and discuss broader deep dive into the line issues of the CV elections, where we raised priority challenges and talked about the future. What is practical is that that has already been completed. We have already worked through a number of issues with administrative bodies and the electorate agencies, management bodies, and that was by the EU countries. It goes without saying, we would like to hear more. Again, I'd like to stress that we have already received feedback from our EU criticisms, but we spoke a lot about the opinion of also the partners support. We discussed postal and early voting, and that certainly we attended permits the procedures, the diplomatic missions and consulates, security and restraints were among key focuses in our deliberations. That I would like to give an outline of what came as crucial in our dialogue when we met with the representatives of the diplomatic missions, consulates of the partnering nations, when these states they have already gained practice in the OCV approaches to include, for instance, France and Poland. And one of the key conclusions what we drew out of this conversation is that the EU states today are well prepared to support the Ukrainian effort in the LCV elections. The polling stations broaden their territories, are taking the opportunities offered by the diplomatic missions and consulates, but quite a lot hinges on a number of factors. Primarily, this involves legislative preparation of Ukraine and facilitation in doing this work of the diplomatic missions abroad, diplomatic communication, timely financing, and that to extend gratitude to the first vice speaker. We extend gratitude for the financial budgeting planning for the first half of 2027, and security as well as communication components, so that, like mentioned about that, Alexandra also said that without your help it would be hard to settle that. No, whenever it goes about the organization of elections abroad, it's way too complicated, and the organization of elections abroad will differ from the elections in Ukraine.
Because working abroad, we, in addition to being compliant to the national legal framework, we need to adapt it to the circumstances in the host country, and therefore take a good look at the logistical challenges and, needless to add, security-related risks. As a result, it is key that relevant legal framework be put in place so that we have a clear understanding of how we should proceed, and our partners should also have a clearer picture for our future cooperation. In conclusion, I will appreciate everyone, EU, international ID, all the partners, and wish all of us constructive and fruitful discussion. Thank you. I'll be brief. Indeed, all the more so that previous speakers have already contributed to our discussion. In behalf of International IDEA, I would like to say thank you to our partners from the CC and the MFA of Ukraine for very effective cooperation, without which we wouldn't have done anything. I personally have taken pleasure all the way since May 2023, and that the MFA and diplomatic missions of Ukraine have been assuming the task of communication with the host country authorities, and the discussion with the host country authorities have also been very productive. Once again, thank you to thank the EU for inspiring. Thanks to, in particular, Sweden Finland and France, study visits even before expire UR were started, had taken place, and Norway. Over and above, I would like to indicate that the report you could get hold of this event today is just a draft. It'll be finalized. We have verified information with most of the host countries, but are still waiting for finalization from two or three jurisdictions. Today's discussion will also contribute to the final recommendations to be included in this report and the next steps. Following on Stefan's words, we have never aspired to act, so to speak, in lieu of the Parliament of Ukraine. Final decision rests with the members of the Ukrainian Parliament. And by the way, I am very happy to see that we have around 20 representatives of the Parliament of Ukraine attending this event on and offline, and they represent virtually all political factions in the Parliament, and this is a sign of the Parliament's interest. After all, we aimed at collecting evidence, comparing evidence, preparing it for the Ukrainian decision makers to make their choice of the model. The decision will not be smooth, so to speak. We have all observed the support Ukraine is having, even in the countries whose relations with Ukraine are not devoid of certain difficulties. Every time we sent our request for support, all the host countries were willing to respond and help, and we really appreciate this readiness to stand by Ukraine. We also are thankful to the diplomatic missions of Ukraine and the host nations. We hope that the contacts already made in continuation of this project will come in handy when the time comes. Then, of course, today's discussion is not at all a final steps. No, it will continue. After all, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is missing elements of the legal framework that are still to be adopted. You will see for yourself how long diplomatic consultations or preparations may take place. So we need to jointly work towards expeditious adoption of that legal framework if we want to make sure that the voices of Ukrainians residing outside of Ukraine be heard. If time is wasted, many voices won't be heard for objective reasons. Therefore, the Parliament needs to take steps. The process is not at all easy. Take, for instance, the question of whether polling stations outside of the premises of diplomatic missions should be created, and if yes, then how many? So, with that, over to you, as international idea, we remain your steadfast partners, ready to help you identify options and implement them. We have over 30 years of practical experience. Once again, thank you to our esteemed speakers who contributed to our introductory panel and are willing to surrender to the participants of the next panel discussion. Thank you.
Колеги, давайте продовжувати нашу роботу і, власне, переходячи від
all of us
наших
to
слів, які мали
continue
таке стратегічне значення, тому що
with
сьогодні з нами
a
були
panel
і
discussion
представник
after
Європейського
our
Союзу,
strategic
голова Центральної виборчої
introductory
комісії, державний
panel,
секретар
to which a
Міністерства
representative of
закордонних
the
справ.
European
Давайте
Union,
переходити
CEC,
більш
MFA, and
практично до
Parliament of
слів
Ukraine
і обговорювати
contributed
вже
in order to look at
питання,
more
по-перше,
practical
європейського
matters
досвіду і ключові
and
висновки, які можна зробити з європейського
reviewing
досвіду для розвитку
European
системи голосування
experience and some of
в
the key
закордонному
findings that
управлінні.
could be made
І
from
сьогодні ми, власне, будемо обговорювати, що ж загальному
the
дізнатися
study
делегації,
to
які
prepare
консультувалися з
the
органами
best
приймаючих країн щодо
OCV
організації
solution for
голосування за кордоном
Ukraine.
в тих країнах. Зокрема, наша експерт International IDEA
Vanya
представить загальний вигляд
Angelova,
європейської
International
практики.
Ideas
А також
expert
сьогодні з нами
will
буде
give
голова
you a
Європейського парламенту
general
у
overview of the
2002-2004
European
роках
practice. We
Пет
will
Кокс,
also
який також брав
benefit
участь у
by
візитах і
the
в
contribution of Pat Cox,
діалозі, який відбувся в Брюсселі в травні
who
2023 року, і після цього
and
в
really
жовтні
contributed to
2025 року спільно з
dialogue
Європейським парламентом
on
щодо
the
організації голосування за
premises of
кордоном.
the
Ми також
European
будемо мати
Parliament
сьогодні з нами
held in
представників Румунії,
2023. We
Молдови,
will
які
also
поділяться своїми напрацюваннями,
have
тому що саме в
representatives
Румунії і
of
Молдові
Romania and
відбувається
Moldova
велика
who are
кількість
happy to
виборчих дільниць
share
поза межами
their
посольства консуль. Зокрема, румунські
experience.
колеги мене поправлять, але
Moldova in
більше 900
particular
виборчих дільниць в них
is the
відбувається,
one
і
that
більше 100 в Молдові. Тому
has
я думаю,
had
що цей досвід буде корисним. І окрім
hundreds
цього,
of
ми
polling
далі будемо говорити
stations
із представниками
deployed
української влади,
outside of
із
the country in
заступником голови Центральної
Romania.
виборчої комісії
By
України
and large,
та з
we'll
народним
also
депутатом України,
continue our discussion
керівницею
with the
головою підкомітету
representative of the
Верховної Ради
CEC
України
and the head
з
of
питань
the
виборів, референдумів та інших форм
Ukraine's
безпосередньої
Parliament
демократії,
Subcommittee on
пані Аліною Загоруйко. Ну і
direct
звичайно, що нам важливо
democracy
почути думку громадянського
referenda.
суспільства.
And of
Сьогодні з
course,
нами
we will
Ольга Березовська,
certainly
яка
be happy to
висловить свою
hear
думку
more
з приводу
from
тих
the civil
пропозицій, які є
society.
в
Olga
парламенті
Ivazovska
і
is here with us,
щодо організації
and
голосування за
she
кордоном, а
will tell
також
us
з
about
приводу тих
the
консультацій і тих
discussions
політичних діалогів, які
going on in
громадянська
and
мережа ОПОРА
outside of the
проводить. І
parliament
для того,
with
щоб
the
розпочати
participation of
нашу
OPORA
дискусію, я б хотіла запросити до
civil
слова
network.
одну
To
з
get us
головних
all
експерток, яка
started,
допомагала нам
I
в
will
процесі
now invite
організації
one of the
голосування
key experts who helped us hold consultations on OCV and co-contributor to that report, Vanya Angelova. She'll be presenting in English, so I encourage you to use your headsets if you need them.
Thank you, Yulia, for the presentation. Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to present briefly the findings from our study on out-of-country voting conducted through the Ukrainian consultative visits in 23 countries. As it was already mentioned, the objective is not to identify one single OCV model that can be applied everywhere, but rather to understand how different countries address challenges related to out-of-country voting and also to identify some common practices. I would like just to ask to move to the next slide. The next slide, please. This study covers 23 countries in Europe and examines their out-of-country voting practices and different approaches. There is wide diversity of electoral traditions across Europe and different OCV voting systems. You can see on the map, these are the countries that have been visited, and the study focuses on the out-of-country experiences and voting systems of these countries. Some countries actually have administered out-of-country voting for decades now, while other countries have introduced it more recently. And some actually have expanded also different out-of-country voting arrangements across Europe in the last years. Next slide, please. There's no one single model, but countries have developed their different out-of-country systems based on the constitutional traditions on migration and diaspora patterns, administrative capacities available in the country, but also by their political priorities. Despite that, we have analyzed the different out-of-country models based on the key dimensions. We examined these 4 key dimensions. One is the legal framework. We have looked into the legal frameworks of the different countries, the voter registration arrangements, which the 23 countries have put in place, different voting methods, which are also available, and also the institutional responsibilities and the sharing of these responsibilities among the different institutions. Next slide, please. When we talk about the diversity in and out-of-country legal frameworks, we have to actually bear in mind that countries have developed the legal frameworks reflecting, of course, their constitutional traditions, their legal traditions, and migration and diaspora patterns. Some countries have a long tradition of diaspora, and some countries have actually experienced most recent migrations outside. Administrative structure of the different countries, but also the political priorities, as I mentioned. While looking into the legal frameworks of the different countries, there was few features that actually appeared to be really interesting. And I have to say, most countries that we have analyzed, we find out that they have developed very detailed regulations for out-of-country voting. When it comes to all of the aspects related to the OCV, starting with eligibility, voter registration modalities, voting methods, but also deadlines and shared responsibilities between the different institutions. And we can really say that the providing with a detailed legal framework proves to be very helpful and to give a legal certainty not only to the voters, but also to the institutions that have to actually implement the out-of-country voting successfully. Another feature that we looked at is it's the voter eligibility. There is no one single model that is applied among the different countries. Countries take into consideration different regulations and different aspects to determine the voters' eligibility. Some countries are basing the voter eligibility on the residency requirements, others on the registration. In certain occasions, actually, it might be based also on the type of elections. And this is something that is it's interesting also when analyzing the legal framework, that the eligibility is decided by each country based on different requirements. Shared institutional responsibility is also one other aspect that we have looked at in many countries. There is election management bodies that are also sharing responsibilities for out of country with the ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the diplomatic missions, and sometimes some local authorities such as municipalities. There are cases in countries where municipalities are in charge in some administrative aspects of the out of country. However, in many countries, there is no election management body, does not exist. And in those cases, the institution usually that replaces the ENB and deals with the arrangements and administration of the elections in country, but also outside of the country, is the Ministry of Interior in coordination, in cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What we have also noticed when it comes to the legal framework, that there is a constant evolution of the legal frameworks across the 23 countries. As an example, I can give the introduction of the postal voting, in addition to some of other voting methods that are already existing in some countries. Many countries have, in the last decades, decided to also add another alternative voting for the citizens abroad. Next slide. Next slide, please. Voter registration emerged as one of the most important components of the out-of-country voting. Across the countries that we have looked at, we have identified certain categories of voter registration, but these categories are just prepared for the purpose of this presentation, because I have to say that looking into the single countries, we can see that some of the voting registration modalities overlap in certain aspects with other models, and it's very difficult to categorize them, but this is just done for this presentation, for the purpose of the presentation. Most countries actually they consider voter registration approach as a consular registration. That means citizens residing abroad register through the consulate offices. Many countries also created specific voter registers for citizens abroad, which are managed by the certain institution in the country, but also in cooperation with the consular offices abroad. This is one of the most commonly used voter registration approaches. Of course, there is also another election-specific registration. Some countries opt for the registration of voters for each electoral event. The registration of these voters is not maintained for the next elections. Therefore, they have to re-register once again if they want to vote again outside of the country. There are also permanent central registers for overseas voters, which are maintained by the national authorities. They are called permanent because voters stay registered in those registers until the voter itself decides to move the registration to in-country or cancel it completely. And then there are also, there's another category, which is population registration-based voter registration. There is no specific voter register created for citizens abroad. The country basically maintains one central register where voters who are voting abroad are already also introduced in it. Next slide, please. When talking with the different interlocutors and what came out as mostly underlined by the different countries, that maintaining an accurate voter register is essential for successful out-of-country voting. Also, registration procedures should be made simple and accessible as much as possible for the voters. This will really facilitate the participation of more voters in out-of-country voting. Clear communication, it's also essential with the citizens who are abroad, which clear communication significantly improves the participation in the elections for the citizens abroad. The next slide, please. Voting methods. The European countries have wide variety of different voting methods. Each method presents, of course, advantages and challenges in terms of accessibility, in terms of security, in terms of cost, and also of public confidence. Therefore, selecting a voting method for a country should always respect the national context. What we have noticed that most European countries combine in-person voting method with one or more other voting options which are available. Here I give some examples. These examples are not exhaustive. As Julia said, we still have our paper as a draft. We have to finalize it, and then we will have more kind of fixed examples, more secure. However, voting at the embassies and consulates, and also establishing polling stations outside of the diplomatic missions is the one in-person voting method that is most widespread. However, there are countries that are relying exclusively on the postal voting. Some countries have introduced also proxy voting, which is usually in combination with other voting options, and other countries have internet voting as well. Let's move to the next slide. Next slide, please. One of the strongest findings that came out of the study is the opening of polling stations outside of the diplomatic premises. Many EU countries have already moved beyond relying exclusively on polling stations in the embassies and consulate offices. Polling stations can be open now in schools, in universities, in municipality buildings, or whatever is put in place by the host countries. While conducting this study, we analyzed the possibility to open polling stations outside of the diplomatic premises, and most of the European countries, with very small exceptions, actually allow for opening the polling stations outside of the diplomatic premises. This approach is valuable for countries which have a large diaspora, and in the current situation, this approach is also essential for the future out-of-country voting for Ukraine. What is important to mention here is that the successful implementation of polling stations, opening polling stations outside of the diplomatic missions, is the coordination between the different institutions and the cooperation with the various host country authorities. Next slide, please. Institutional coordination is critical successful factor. Here, I have put a triangle of coordination between election management body, different ministries, and also the host countries. Different ministries also includes the diplomatic missions abroad. However, as I mentioned earlier, there are countries which do not have election management body, and this will be another institution which is in charge in the country for management of out-of-country voting. Next slide. Key findings. What we really have to underline here, that there is no one out-of-country system that is valid for everybody. OCV systems reflect different legal institutions, traditions, different profiles, different administrative capacities, political priorities, and each country has to base it in the country context. Registration, voter registration is fundamental. Accurate voter register actually is essential for the successful implementation of out-of-country voting. Voting methods should be selected and decided by the countries. There can be a combination of different voting methods, and solutions for this should be based on the needs of the country, of resources available, and also on the risk assessments. Institutional cooperation is essential, institutional cooperation between the different institutions of the country, but also coordination with the host country authorities is vital for the insurance of the successful implementation of out-of-country voting. I think I will stop here. I know there are other participants, colleagues who will give concrete country examples, and we're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, Ваня. Ми намагалися дуже коротко окреслити висновки з візитів, тому що інформації, як ви можете бачити із проєкту звіту, дуже багато, тому ми, власне, заохочуємо вас ознайомитися.
Este foarte amplu și v-am invitat să
Ми закликаємо вас ознайомитися із звітом, і з нього ви можете побачити більше висновків і більше інформації про різні моделі. Але зважаючи на те, що пропозиція Центральної виборчої комісії Міністерства закордонних справ для робочої групи, яка працює в Верховній Раді, стосується саме відкриття виборчих дільниць поза межами посольств і консульств. І з того, що ми бачимо, саме члени робочої групи підтримали цю пропозицію. Звичайно, що рішення буде далі за парламентом. Сьогодні ми попросили колег із Румунії та Молдови поділитися досвідом, як працює така модель, для того, щоб ні в кого не було з одного боку рожевих окулярів, тому що якщо сказати, що це буде просто, це навряд чи буде просто. З іншого боку, досвід Румунії і Молдови показує, що при політичній волі і зусиллях це можливо. Тому мені буде цікаво сьогодні послухати. Але перед тим хотілося б надати слово великому другу України, голові Європейського парламенту у 2002-2004 роках, пану Пету Коксу, який адвокатує за підтримку виборів в Україні і за надання ресурсів Україні для того, щоб ефективно підготуватися до виборів, абсолютно усвідомлюючи
who is aware of the importance of the first post-war elections. Pat, the floor is yours.
So good morning to all participants in Kiev from Dublin, members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to join you virtually this morning. I would like to begin by congratulating IDEA International, Yulia and her team, on your excellent and timely report on out-of-country voting in post-war elections in Ukraine, and also to acknowledge the indispensable support of the Central Election Commission and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine in undertaking this task. And indeed, last but not least, I want to thank the EU-funded Inspire Ukraine project for its financial support. Yours is an important contribution to informing Ukraine's preparations for its first post-war democratic elections. You have, as I've read, proceeded on the assumption that 6.5 million Ukrainian citizens currently are residing abroad, and you relied on the proposition that for facilitating their full participation in post-war elections must be a central element of any proposed framework legislation. You observed that the legacy Ukrainian practice of confining out-of-country voting to diplomatic and consular premises only would be inadequate to meet the unprecedented scale of the post-war challenge. You have reported on the diversity of national practices concerning out-of-country voting in multiple European states, ranging from in-person voting to postal and electronic voting, or some mix of all of those. You have identified the considerable goodwill and diverse practices of European partner states and the citizen-centered perspective of Ukrainian communities abroad. To be mobilized, this goodwill will require prior requests, formal approvals, and compliance with domestic rules and procedures of host states. And you have concluded correctly that the organization of its citizens, of your citizens voting abroad, is a sovereign Ukrainian choice needing sufficient and timely preparation at home and the practical cooperation of partners abroad. Satisfactory outcomes will require early diplomatic engagement, timely identification of needs, including, of course, security needs, advanced costings and budgeting, and a clear allocation of responsibilities between host states and Ukraine, and among and between Ukrainian institutions themselves. Much work is needed to transform goodwill into good outcomes. That takes time. When elections will be held depends on the end of war scenario, which for any of us at present and at best is a matter of conjecture. Ukraine's first post-war elections will be unprecedented and unique, necessitating exceptional, once-off election legislation. The constitutional duty and the institutional agency to act is vested in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, inevitably, of course, in consultation with other relevant political, institutional, and civil society actors. To my Ukrainian friends, I wish to say that much good work has been done, especially late last year and earlier this year through the working groups of the Verkhovna Rada under the leadership of Alexander Konyenko, informed by the analysis and the needs identification of the Central Election Commission provided by Ole Didenko and his colleagues. And today's conference adds to that stock of knowledge. What needs to be done is known. When that will be done is unknown. As a long-standing friend of Ukrainian democracy, for over a decade, I have sought to assist, advise, and facilitate the leadership of the Verkhovna Rada and faction leaders to make progress on institutional reform and modernization. As a foreigner, I understand, accept, and believe that decisions rest with the sovereign integrity and constitutional agency of the Rada itself and its members. But I feel compelled to observe, as regards the post-war electoral code, that delay carries consequences. Ukraine, and in particular the Verkhovna Rada, has some hard work to do. It is, in my view, important to distinguish between necessary preparations and the actual election or referendum campaigning. These are separate processes. The legal framework for post-war voting should be adopted in a timely manner. Ukraine should avoid being forced into rushed decisions shortly before elections. This would be bad practice and would risk to undermine both effective implementation and the ultimate confidence of all partners and of Ukrainians themselves in the outcomes and results. Assuring the legitimacy of post-war election outcomes in the eyes of the Ukrainian people and achieving broad international endorsement is essential. Successfully planning, organizing, and delivering Ukraine's first post-war elections will be a major milestone in underpinning a renewed, pluralist democracy as a peacetime anchor, as a foundation stone for all other future reforms and as a prerequisite to EU accession under the Copenhagen criteria. If key decisions were to be taken only after the date of announcing elections or a referendum, the risk as regards today's topic of out-of-country voting and so many other matters, the risk is of insufficient time for a balanced and representative legislative process, of insufficient time for agreements to be reached with host states, for insufficient time for recruitment and training of essential election personnel, of insufficient time for well-timed and well-prepared voter information campaigns, and for insufficient time for the procurement and testing of necessary technical systems and their robustness. For out-of-country voting, there needs to be clarity on Ukrainian institutional responsibilities, on who does what. The roles of the Central Election Commission, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, diplomatic missions, the Verkhovna Rada, the security authorities, and other relevant players, including the contribution of civil society, should be agreed in advance. Given Ukraine's demographic challenge, Ukrainians abroad should be treated not only as the beneficiaries of this process, but fundamentally as stakeholders, as of right, in their country's post-war future, whose own experience abroad can inform voter communication, accessibility, and practical planning. Let me turn briefly to those states and EU representatives here today. I thank you for the support given to date to assist Ukraine's election planning, both at the institutional and the civil society level. This is desirable in itself, but it became absolutely indispensable after the United States, to the light of the Kremlin, abolished US aid programs that traditionally had assisted these efforts. At an early stage, states ideally should identify appropriate national focal points and clarify their legal and administrative procedures for facilitating voting by Ukrainian citizens. Once Ukraine identifies its preferred approach and its country-specific needs, states should be ready to discuss practical cooperation concerning premises, the assistance of various on-the-ground local authorities, public order, security, and logistics within their national competences, while leaving the actual conduct of elections and their integrity to the appropriate and agreed Ukrainian authorities. The European Union could help to provide coordination across its member states, while of course respecting their legal and operational specificities. I urge all external partners, please continue and deepen your technical and financial assistance to help Ukraine transition from research and consultations to legislation, to budgeting, to operational planning, to training and voter information, and to assist with the necessary security preparations, and to help implement the conduct of free, fair, inclusive, and secure post-war elections. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, how to organize its post-war elections and citizen voting abroad is for Ukraine to decide. My suggestion is get on with this vital work. Do not leave what can be done now to the last minute. How to deliver those decisions, of course, needs not just the goodwill of all partner states and of the EU and its institutions, but also their practical cooperation and funding assistance. We are stronger and better when we act together. Acting together while respecting each other's prerogatives is what is needed to underwrite Ukraine's post-war democratic landscape. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дякуємо, Пет, за постійну підтримку.
Glory to heroes, and thanks, Pat, for being constantly with us and talking relentlessly with MEPs, European Parliament, being our advocate in very many respects. And now I would like to ask Vice President of the Romanian Electoral Authority, Mr. Vaida Zombar, who has agreed to share the Romanian experience on out-of-country voting.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, first of all, it's a great honor to participate in today's conference on behalf of the Permanent Electoral Authority of Romania. Allow me, first of all, to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers and to all election professionals coming together from across Europe to discuss one of the most complex challenges facing electoral management today, preparing for future out-of-country voting in Ukraine. This discussion is not only about electoral procedures, it's about protecting democratic rights and ensuring that every citizen, regardless of where circumstances have forced them to leave, remains connected to the democratic life of their country. Romania understands the importance of this discussion, starting with 2023, when I had the privilege of representing Romania's experience regarding out-of-country voting during the parliamentary electoral dialogue at the European Parliament. Following those discussions, our Ukrainian colleagues expressed a strong interest in learning more about Romanian practical experience. This interest soon became a consideration of our long-lasting partnership, and therefore in 2024, the PEA of Romania hosted a study visit of the delegation of experts of the Central Election Commission of Ukraine, together with representatives of International IDEA. During those meetings, we exchanged experiences on legal frameworks, operational planning, electoral technology, voter information, cyber security, polling station management, and international cooperation. At the same time, our two institutions signed a new memorandum of understanding, reaffirming our commitment to long-term cooperation in electoral administration. Since then, our cooperation has continued to develop, and representatives from Ukraine election administration have participated as observers for the elections organized in Romania during 2024 and 2025, while professional exchanges between our experts has also remained active. This demonstrates an important lesson. International cooperation should not begin only when elections are approaching. It must be built over time through continuous dialogue, exchange of expertise, and mutual confidence. So, Romania considers voting abroad to be an essential democratic right. Our goal is to ensure that every eligible citizen can participate in election regardless of where they are located. Achieving this requires close cooperation between several public institutions and our diplomatic network. The PEA is responsible for the overall electoral administration. We develop an electoral procedures, provide training, manage the necessary information technology systems, and appoint the electoral experts. At the same time, the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs and the Romanian embassies and the consulate play a crucial operational role by identifying suitable polling locations, coordinating logistics arrangement, and maintaining permanent contact with the authorities of the host countries and the local society, Romanian diaspora. One important feature of Romanian model is that the polling stations are not limited to the embassies and consulates. Whenever necessary, Polling station may also establish in other appropriate venues, such as community centers, schools, public buildings, or private venues, allowing us to reach Romanian communities more effectively. The number and location of polling stations are determined before each election by analyzing several objective criteria. These includes the size of the geographical distribution of Romanian communities, voter turnout in previous elections, accessibility and travel distances, as well as the availability to suitable premises. This evidence-based approach has enabled to significantly expand access to voting abroad over recent years. Cooperation with host countries' authorities is another essential element. Through our diplomatic missions, we ensure that the polling stations fully comply with local legislation and the appropriate security and logistical arrangements are in place. Organizing elections across many countries inevitably presents challenges, from transporting electoral materials over long distances to adapting to different legal and administrative environments. Nevertheless, continuous planning and close institutional cooperation have enabled us to address these challenges successfully. Technology also plays a very important role. Romania uses dedicated ID applications for voter verification and for the real-time monitoring of polling station activity, strengthening both efficiency and transparency through the electoral process. Transparency is further supported by allowing accredited domestic and international observers, as well as representative electoral competitors, to observe the voting process. In addition, electoral complaints submitted abroad are handled under the same legal framework that applies within Romania, ensuring equal protection of electoral rights for all citizens. Our experience has shown that successful of out-of-country voting depends on careful planning, strong cooperation between institutions, continuous dialogue with Romanian communities abroad, and the willingness to improve after every electoral cycle. These lessons have helped us Romania make voting abroad more accessible, more efficient, and more transparent. But Romania's experience out-of-country voting cannot be simply exported. Every electoral system has its own constitutional framework, political context, and administrative realities. However, some principles are universal. The first principle is planning. Organizing voting abroad is not only about opening polling stations. It requires early coordination between election management bodies, ministries of foreign affairs, diplomatic missions, local authorities in host countries, security institutions, and many other partners. Each institution has different responsibility, but success depends on their ability to work together as one system. The second principle is flexibility. The number of geographical distribution of voters can change significantly over time. Electoral legislation should therefore allow election authorities to adapt the changing realities while maintaining transparency and equal treatment for all voters. The third principle is trust. Citizens must trust that their vote is secure, that electoral procedures are transparent, and that every voter is treated equally. Technology can support this objective, but technology alone is never enough. Romania has invested considerable efforts over the last years to modernize the organization of out-of-country voting. Our experience has shown that digital solution can improve efficiency, reduce administrative burdens, and strengthen electoral integrity when they are supported by appropriate legal safeguards. Unfortunately, no country ever reaches a perfect model. Electoral administration is a process of continuous improvement, and every day, every election teaches us something new. This is especially true in today's rapidly changing environment. where election management bodies face increasingly complex challenges related to cybersecurity, disinformation, logistics, and public expectations. Dear partners, Ukraine's future out-of-country voting will undoubtedly present challenges unlike those faced by most European countries. The scale of displacement, the geographical distribution of citizens, and post-war context create circumstances that require innovative thinking and close international cooperation. What Europe can offer is not one model, but many experiences. We have developed different solutions, but together these experiences provide valuable knowledge that Ukraine may adapt according to its own legal framework and national priorities. Romania is ready to continue contributing to this common effort. The Memorandum of Understanding signed by our institution provides an excellent framework for further cooperation through study visits, professional exchanges, technical consultation, and joint activities. We look forward to continuing this partnership and to supporting the Central Electoral Commission of Ukraine whenever our experience may be useful and within the limits of our legal competences. And when democratic conditions allow Ukraine to organize future elections, the PEA would be honored to contribute, including through international election observation alongside of European partners. Dear friends, democracy is strongest when institutions cooperate and when experiences has shared rather than kept. We must remember that every citizen vote matters, whether it is cast at home or thousands of kilometers away. Romania remains committed to supporting Ukraine on this important journey. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дуже дякую, Зambor. І ми дуже вдячні органам влади Румунії, тому що дійсно один із перших візитів консультативних був саме в Румунію.
Thank you, Veda, very much. One of the first consultative visits was in Romania, and the MFA of Romania for 2 days, from morning till night, throughout lasting conversations, shared details on how controversial this OCV process appears to be. And we discussed what can become strongholds to enable furtherance of legal initiatives. And with that, I would like also to give the floor to the competent representative of Moldova. Natalia, you're welcome. Please stick to a limited time frame. She will speak in Romanian, therefore we will have a relay translation.
Evident că voi începe prin a-mi exprima mulțumirea pentru cooperarea care este între autoritățile electorale, susținută de asemenea și cu partenerii internaționali în vederea identificării celor mai bune soluții pentru țările noastre și pentru a apropia secția de votare de cetățenii țărilor noastre. Deci, și de asemenea sunt bucuroasă să exprim mulțumire pentru oportunitatea de a împărtăși experiența Republicii Moldova în organizarea votării pentru cetățenii aflați în afara țării. Desigur, cum s-a menționat anterior, nicio experiență națională nu poate fi transferată direct într-un alt context. Dimensiunea, circumstanțele și provocările evident că sunt diferite. Totuși, Republica Moldova poate oferi câteva repere privind organizarea rețelei secțiilor de votare, utilizarea datelor în planificare, precum și cooperarea cu autoritățile țărilor gazdă, pregătirea funcționarelor electorali și introducerea graduală în anumite condiții a unor metode alternative de vot.
That we'll have a relay translation from Ukrainian into English. And now I would like to give you a brief statement on electoral proceedings. That was sort of a novelty, apparently a need that was singled out starting with 1998 when the legislative framework was articulated and embedded into the current legal framework, where beyond the diplomatic missions, the polling stations were set up. In 1992, in the new legislation that was adopted by the parliament, Parliament the procedures for setting up polling stations abroad were determined. Participation in the previous elections and registration electorate in some recommendations of the FA were accounted, and the very last modifications back in 2024, the Parliament adopted the electorate procedures involving OCV tenets, which were enacted in 2024. The next slide, please. Network
până la 301 secții de votare organizate în 41 de state.
Grew before 2025 up to 301 polling stations covering 41 countries. So there were 4 polling stations for postal vote, and moderately is the rise of the polling stations where the Republic of Moldova has pledged to combat uninsured and LCV smoothly abroad. Next slide, please. Along with the growth of the polling stations and its number of 420,000 voters in 2020, 80,000 voters hit the record, where in 2025 you can see approximately 329,000 voters which cast their votes and were registered. The registration of voters and the entry them into the registry appears to be mandatory as a binding commitment imposed by the state. All the stakeholders were joined the effort supported by the stakeholders from abroad, where the Central Electoral Commission, CC, provides within its framework of competence to the aligned stakeholders abroad to ensure the online procedures where it involves recruitment of personnel working for these purposes, logistics of voting ballots, where in OCV proceedings, communication coordination with voters abroad is also crucial, which fosters the underlying avenues of interaction. The next slide, please, and that we will see another solution inviting to cooperation. That's supposed to be a special platform and information resource with trending rates. All the previous efforts undertaken for the registration accounts to enable participation in the voting procedures and in taking decision on a specific polling station. This is the will of citizens to do so. In this slide, you can see fairly well that the implemented framework involved an exercise of the civil liberties and participation of citizens in elections by voting appears to be a mirror of these accounts which provide proof for the citizens of Ukraine abroad to partake in voting. If you are not registered before the voting, that will not come as a restraint to voting. Voting yet will be possible. But the second commentary to that is that to enable voting, you will need also, again, to be entered into the registries. Since this will involve vetting, verification, validation of registration address, where 2 different methods will be deployed. Please, next slide, if you will. The next slide, please. What we have already commented on the polling stations abroad, it's necessary to focus on the data. Data-focused approach is the model to follow, which is based on three key provisions. This is a sort of three-pillar system. The first step implies participation in three-pillar elections nationally. We take data extrapolated from the supplement, demonstrating voters which were registered, and consultants with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by polling stations, where we can see the deficit of registered voters. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can fuel more resources, for instance, into coordination effort, while extrapolating the Ukrainian citizens living among the Moldova population proves proper risk mitigation and management steps. Next slide, please. As we have already put it to note, in 2024, an alternative voting method was approved for the voting at the polling stations, where this method was brought into life in deficit of the polling stations, and we are the restraints to the polling stations to be able to elect a country where voting will be conducted. There is a set of criteria to qualify. Primarily, this is will of the citizen, consent of the host country, and financing issue as well to be accounted at that as well. Apart from that, the status of diplomatic missions and the competent structures funding should be factored in. The polling stations cannot be opened in the countries where Ukraine has no diplomatic relations, or where the martial law is in effect, or where the internationally supported standards are not maintained. Here you can see, follow the current trends. The number of countries in the funding allocated grew, and voting back in 2024 proved 83% of the countries where they could facilitate organization postal voting via OCV framework, where strict rules exist, and that we can encounter a number of structural solutions, which, despite that, cannot amend manpower and deficiencies. Let's say the same person now has to bring into life the electoral proceedings, and quite often they fail to meet the expectations, and that they primarily should be properly qualified, and the consulates and diplomatic missions or the polling stations, they should represent qualified corps by demonstrating knowledge gained through qualification courses, certification, where there should be expectation of growth, and that we need again to streamline this process of excellence. Well, thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much to you for an opportunity speak up. Following the results of the parliamentary elections of 2024 appeared to be the largest well-organized event in the political spectrum, taking into account different front-runners campaigns, impact on the system, tensions and challenges, where we had to reflect on them. This is the feedback not from a sole institution that we push involvement of numerous agencies, rigid, strict, accurate, transparent communication, and clear data to be shared. Primarily, what should be in place is that all of the resolutions taken should be well justified. The current system of interaction should remain flexible to enable all the ongoing examinations and tests to be led effectively and to be able to face challenges effectively as well. Thank you very much for your attention, and that the biggest challenge will probably be indeed very striking, and it will be indeed a radical point to attend in a timely manner. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome. From
now, from international to national, we have representatives of the CEC, Parliament of Ukraine, and the civil society organizations. Therefore, I would like to invite Mr. Pluker from CEC. Vitaly, what can you say with regard to CEC attempts identifying the possible solutions and models? What are your findings? Well, it's a good habit to start your contributions with expressions of gratitude. As I am doing this, I would like to underscore that this is not just a formal gesture saying thank you to CEC and international partners and diplomatic officers of Ukraine have indeed made us arrive at some conclusions found in the International Ideas draft report. I would also like to emphasize that all the steps have been made well in advance of the time of election, because preparations to this has been unprecedented and involving so many stakeholders. At least I am yet to see another example of this preparation. So I'm quite optimistic with regard to the elections to come. Right, there are times in history when new solutions are essential, and so far as no precedents do exist, many of things we are doing stem from the fact of the full-scale invasion into Ukraine. Security environment has changed, societal relationships too, and we need to adequately deal with unprecedented challenges for the sake of Ukraine's future. OCV is one of those challenges, and the scale of challenge under review cannot be compared to elections ever held any time before us, and the Ukrainian experience being born now might be very instrumental to other nations. Well, God forbid they have to encounter circumstances that we're facing today, but our cooperation will certainly be a contribution to international cooperation matters in question. OCV is not just about organization of the electoral process, but as much it is about maintaining relations of the government with its citizens, staying abroad and making sure that the first post-war elections are legitimate, fair, and free. Previous speakers noted that CEC has started its work along this track back in 2021. We can you hear me?
Співвітчизників за кордоном у зв'язку з тими масштабами, з якими ми стикнулися, і дійсно були два пакети законодавчих пропозицій.
And indeed, there existed two propositions back in 2022 and more recent in the early 2026. I won't delve into the details, although so that we have a representative of the parliamentary work group. Globally, however, these propositions related to the option of creating polling stations outside of diplomatic missions premises, as also the voter registration taking in advance for all pertinent authorities to have a clear understanding of the needs, logistical, administrative, and security. We hope that be able to reactive to proactive play, thanks to our today's event. We have developed a better understanding of how our elections should be organized in the future. For CEC, it was important that legislative proposals be rooted not only in the international experience, but in the real needs of the Ukrainians who are now staying abroad. The open dialogue initiated thanks to our partners abroad, European Union in the first place, has made it possible for us to engage in consultations with a view to not only gather international experience and vis-a-vis out-of-country voting, but also to discuss potential avenues for increasing the network of polling stations outside of Ukraine, whilst being mindful of the security considerations and the interests of our partners abroad. We also needed to hear better the voices of Ukrainians staying abroad. It's a very sensitive thing, but very much important, notwithstanding. Every time we could hear Ukrainians, and Ukrainians were appreciative of that engagement that helps them express their thoughts openly and freely. Once again, this makes me want to express our gratitude to the representatives of the diplomatic missions of Ukraine who are in constant touch with the Ukrainian communities. I have four, so to speak, findings to share here. First, I believe that these findings are issues relevant for the out of country voting. International experiences demonstrate different approaches for voter information, registration, digitalization if need be. Despite the differences, there's one overarching goal. Here, all the processes and procedures need to be voter-centric. Us in Ukraine need to be cognizant of that demand, and probably the principle of ballot follows the voter should be put at the center of that preparation. This in turn means that citizens themselves need to be active and, well, proactive. Second finding, accessibility and security come hand in hand, not just physical safety, but also security measures against any potential external incursions or interferences that might be encountered along the way. On one hand, Ukrainian voters should have every opportunity to express their will in election. On other hand, external factors that might prevent them from doing it need to be prevented and countered. Third finding, OCV has long stopped to be a matter for the electoral administrations to deal with. No synergy of all stakeholders can really make sure that election can happen. And one last finding, trust starts to emerge a long time before the voting day. Voter engagement initiated well in advance will mean that in outcomes of elections, so a signal. Every study visit, we return to Ukraine fully aware of the fact that we are not alone. We knew that our partners would help us, communities would stand by us in the organization of the electoral process, and this is an important achievement, accomplishment of this particular project. We're looking to many more in the future. Thank you. From administrators to legislators. Alina is deputy head of the work group, head of the subcommittee on referenda, election, and other methods of direct democracy. Alina, you have the floor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, dear colleagues, dear partners, dear friends. I'm very happy to see you all today, and I will also now say thank you to Idea International for your help and support, including in the matters related to the preparation of OCV and post-war election. I'll try to be brief. Other speakers have already covered a lot of ground, but I'll still highlight the need to adhere to some standards. We are now tackling with unprecedented challenges, and these challenges need to be dealt with in unprecedented circumstances to boot. There is no single model we could readily pick up and transpose to the Ukrainian soil, so to speak. For instance, there are no rules that obligate governments to organize out-of-country voting. However, wherever out-of-country voting is provided for, the standards need to be fully comparable to the standards applicable inside the country, suffrage, transparency, protection against abuse, you name it. Proceeding from that, the work group in the Parliament of Ukraine worked with the understanding that the best European practices won't give us a ready-made solution, but they are very good at outlining the framework for our further work. We know that it is paramount to ensure the right of principle subject elections, that is to say, the voter. I will probably have to recall what Pat Cox was saying and affirm that the work group of ours has been inclusive and will be inclusive along the way.
Key objectives have been defined for our elections to be the way we would like them to have, to be compliant with all the underlying standards. We should ensure proper capacity of the CSC, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and all other attached stakeholders. Apart from that, we should decide on polling stations, oversight, coordination and security, since the price is very high, and any bit, even the very minor error, can be deployed or abused by the enemy for the enemy to be able to achieve the result. For that, we should be more than proactive. That is, to set up polling stations in an effective way to be able to calculate where and how many voters will cast their votes. We need to streamline planning, proper placement, positioning and networking of voters. This is a lasting effort, and alongside we understand that this process should be organized in a simple way and transparent. Right there, the polling stations, we discussed the roadmap and steps to be undertaken for these purposes. That we need to organize and raise public awareness, explaining that it shouldn't be e-voting, but about the application as an electronic service to make easier access of voters to this field. Along the lines, Olga, I would like to recall your study saying that, as I said it before, 86% of the Ukrainians left the country before the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine. The application on the devices, and that can be indeed convenient for them. The second point involves opening of polling stations beyond the premises of the diplomatic missions and consulate offices. We in these times have touched upon the necessity to set up rules governing these activities, and we have undertaken each and every effort for all the formalities to resolve efficiently. One of the keynote problems which is related to voting by the Ukrainian in Belarus and Moldova. On the one hand, these procedures are easily settled where we didn't carry out the online conversations, but we pushed forward opportunities for setting up OCV in the third countries. For that, we need to be very cautious to assess security risk, to be able to foresee if and in what dimension Russia can hit the Ukrainian capacities. We also discussed the proposal regarding increase of timeline, that is stretching the timeline for casting votes, where over 5,000 voters are expected to turn up within 3 days. Apart from that, our deliberations will cover passage of ballots or preparation and issue of ballots at the polling stations to escape forged trademarks and enabling access to voting ballots. Quite little attention should be paid to the gray zones, such as agitation, where while voting beyond the country, minor share of the general public votes. This well deserve minor attention, but where we can see that the minor part of vote is broad vote. Public awareness about those CV procedures becomes an ultimate mandate and a matter of principle. There are lots of other issues to be raised. Apart from setting up polling stations, and this will be qualified as crucial within the framework of the working group. Strongholds were shaped by the CSC that we would like to give you a thank you note for providing us with a sort of prompts which your recommendations appear to be in September. I'm hopeful that when quite an active political season will unroll, and that again the proposals which we have already rolled out will be even more activated, and the political conversations will get traction, and that we urge you to be more proactive. Thank you. We're all proactive season to start, and everyone expects quick rollout of these events. Olga, probably this session appeared to be quite an extended one, but was indeed very interesting. It was exciting to hear from the civic society. For that, I would like to pass the floor to Olga Alvazovska, head of the civic organization Opora. what has been already mentioned multiple times needs not to be repeated. Apart from what I heard repeatedly today, these were the messages which, as the wish is, ought to be brought into life. For instance, Mr. Alexander, who spoke about strengthening the Ukrainian position regarding LCV, if not to share this position among the stakeholders, business, political parties, and fractions. It's not about organization of elections. So this is rather about the way the Ukrainian exercise their voting rights abroad and their political will and behavior abroad. Before, let's take the trends of 2022. The political will that is not only attached to the demonstration of political will by the Ukrainian at the times of the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine. The polling stations, when even before the fall back in 2004 in Russia and Belarus, the polling stations were opened. This year was one. When we listened today to the Romanian speaker, where the speaker presented the results, 1.6 million of the Romanian citizens cast votes, which proves inclusiveness of the electoral process, and this demonstrates that Ukraine moves progressively towards the EU accession, and this highly motivates Ukraine in its statehood and participation of the Ukrainian citizens in that. And I would like to bring figures which will illustrate evidence, but they will not be qualified as sufficient, probably fully fledged evidence to be considered. Yet they give this some understanding and shape bigger picture where there are, let's say, some denials where at the overseas policy polling stations, some Ukrainian citizens were reported to say no to voting abroad. For that, I would like to say warm words of gratitude to the German government, which dismissed the statements. What we can observe are the repercussions of migration, where we do not understand the reasons and strategies of the Ukrainian citizens abroad. This proves that the returnees will get back to Ukraine in a month or, let's say, in a couple of years. In view of this perspective, we will be able to adjust our positions and views from the point of configuration of key actors, since we aim to cover the target audience, not just us as friends of the reforms and institutions, but stakeholders to the underlying process, which can come up with the office for reforming these streams. And the legislative avenue is tightly attached to the departure of the Ukrainian abroad. 72% of the Ukrainian relocated from the permanent residence after 2022. What's indeed the essential to be aware of is that these people were traumatized, and that was the individual decision to relocate from Ukraine under the tension of the external circumstances inside the country. That's the war. And the Ukrainian who left the country after 2022 with the first waves of returnees prove that 10% of the Ukrainian returned, and that's out of the general pool of the Ukrainian over returnees, 25%. This is not a minor share. This percent proves quite a proactive voice of the Ukrainian. This drafts which are being elaborated by the working group, taking into consideration the position of the Ukrainian and again the position of the aggressor, the proximity to the place of residence, and the necessity of let's say feeling rooted in Ukraine and belonging will be critical. 22% of the Ukrainian abroad are the voters dwelling not at their registration residences. And when we interact with international migration organization and adopt an apology, the Eurostat as well, we can track that more than 22% of the Ukrainian dwell today overseas. This proves that those who live beyond the registration constitute 50% of the general public. This is indeed huge share. There were a number of factors which driven, which made the Ukrainian driven by the circumstances and their decision to change the place of residence. If the theater war changes, if the activities get modified, again, the voting process will be adjusted as well. That we will need to address the regions where the people migrate from, and following the data from the Vodafone telecommunications mobile operator, we defined them 419 directions of departure, which appear to be hazardous factor. Security counter-qualified as an important factor in OCV. Whenever it goes about voting, it's not about rentals of premises and sharing of voting ballots. That's also campaign access to voters, but in case of terroristic attack or provocation by the Russian, the host country should be capable to foresee the precautionary measures, which involves allocation of capital to finance increase of police available at the police stations, etc. There should be again more effort focused at preventing potential threats. That's about our responsibility and accountability for the action undertaken. And that our cooperation will never stop. And this goes even beyond the boundaries, and that we should reinforce the dialogue. Where we can say that all the past months, at least something has changed. Out of 82% of the Ukrainian citizens which today yet to play with the idea of relocating 1/3 out of the Ukrainian entertain the plans of leaving the country in favor of the foreign states. Whenever we analyze the composition of these people, lots of them are political leaders, and we can see that the collapse inside the country, which prove migration flows because of impartial factors. There is a very good piece of news of that. Well, 50% of voters are aware of the registry. Probably they are aware that there are voters and there is the state registry. Probably they're not aware that this is a wholesome institutional framework. Probably they're not aware of who represents it. Probably they're not aware of the jurisdiction where it's placed. Probably they are not aware of the law governing the state registry of voters. Probably when I say that 50% of voters are aware of existence of such a state registry, it is already very good, and there is a huge demand for furtherance of talks over that. I am fully aware of all these reservations and challenges due to that, and probably some people will hide. And when, for instance, the same TTSK seek to find new targets, certainly there will be demand to change places of residence. These are all impartial factors. And in case of planning and implementation of an active mobilization, we will increase the relevance of the active registers by 15-20%, that will be a big victory. What hasn't been cited here, the number of voters available, the polling stations will be qualified as 100% presence in calculating the turnout. If there will be some miscalculations because of, let's say, security challenges, and that added by, let's say, living votes, where, for instance, living votes belong to those who are physically available, dead belong to those who didn't turn up for voting, the problems will occur. And at that, where we can see that the topicality rises, so let's at that concentrate on the line in rules and procedures, which will bring in clarity, where there will be proper understanding that they're necessary, they're available, and they will be in place, and they will be deployed of where the people, once their place of permanent residence is declared, will exercise the voting rights. And when we have access to all this data, we will get access to the fully-fledged maths regarding these elections. It's not about, let's say, roundish, some approximate figures, around 7, 8, or 9 million Ukrainians staying overseas. To be able to calculate the voters overseas, it's necessary to understand all of them are willing to do so. That we will also plan to allocate financing properly, where we will escape inefficient financial allocation for the said purposes. And the pertinent effort will be also calculated properly. And this way, the expectation is that the 2 million of the Ukrainian who departed from Ukraine have chosen a different lifestyle strategy, and that raising public awareness as rate of the voters shows that the public awareness campaign was successful, and this instrument appears to be one of the options that will be working despite changing their residence or the option to vote. And again, whenever it goes about trust, quite often there is such an issue as trust. 82% is an incredibly huge figure in comparison with the CC, the military administrations, the self-governance authorities. This is an indicator way too high, and the figures of the CC should also be transformed into sort of a call, or that should signal that they urge to respond. For not such a high dependency of the CC with the general public shows high proactiveness into being more responsive.
Interestingly, speaking of our preparation with mobile communication operations, help us establish the share of Ukrainians living abroad as productive age citizens. 67% a significant number. By the way, look at the trend in 2025, much fewer people left Ukraine to start their stay abroad, and they still use local mobile cell SIM cards. We looked at 3 countries, Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic. All preparations have been made in at least these three jurisdictions. Provided there is legal framework, we can have enough voters. Look at the percentage. 75, 21, 4%. This will help us identify where polling stations need to be created in the Czech Republic. Prague will suffice, but in Germany, Ukrainians tend to find our places of red and Lena mentioned digital tools.
Користуються і мають дію 57%
See, 50% of those who qualified digital signature and PDR on their devices are in a position to stay in touch with their countries of origin. 74% according to the surveys express their desire to take part in voting. 74% are willing to take part in the as voters. So in Germany, for instance, 91%, in Czech Republic 89%, in Poland 79%. It might, however, be a result of certain heightened tensions and intergovernmental relations, but still engagement of those voters can help with voter mobilization. There's a host of recommendations, and I won't highlight all of them, and only mention that there is a lot of work for us to do. International organizations, political organizations, civil society organizations all need to take Ukrainians as voters who have the right to vote. We will understand that we need to identify best practicable ways. 104 polling stations all around the world. If these steps aren't made in time, we won't be able to say that the first post-war elections are free and inclusive and democratic, of course. So my main call is, well, Alexander Kornienko mentioned that I am all for having these things implemented, but this may well be a characteristic of us working within our own bulb. Ourselves, we need to identify the forms of implementation and readiness. For me, for Ukrainian civil society organizations, it is as important as for the citizen rights. We are lagging behind significantly, so we decided to cut our coffee break short. By the way, you may grab your coffees or teas. This is time for questions and answers. Offline and online participants are kindly welcome to raise their concerns or questions. Are there any? Online? No questions. No reflections at this juncture. Okay. Last call. Then we have probably 5 minutes to indeed enjoy your coffees and snacks and get back to work.
Один-два. Один-два.
Testa mikrofonen.
Anna, hello. Everything is hearable. So.
Hello. Oh, how good to hear.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
I'm just actually. Oh, hi, Lina.
Hi.
Do you know? Do you all you know? This is a pausa, but we are a bit late on a schedule. Yeah.
50 minutes.
Yeah.
So we can have a European and an ECNE meeting in the pause.
It seems like, yeah.
Is everything going well with the Latvian elections?
Thank you for asking. Quite in a schedule. Quite in a schedule. Step by step.
Good.
We are a bit struggling about the teaching part now, to the how to get information to the polling stations and the municipalities. And just from this Friday already, I'm starting go to the local municipalities and just give the information for them. So yeah, quite busy time, but you know.
Interesting.
I've got summer today this year. The summer is not so good to have vacation, so you can organize election.
But in Sweden, the polling stations are sometimes they are angry that the education, the training for them, it comes in February when we have elections in September, and they think that that is too late. So I will use your example and say that you must have more patience.
Exactly, and actually, if we are saying like very honestly, then there are also the municipalities who are saying it's too early, even this one. So yeah, it's a good example what you can give for yours.
Yeah.
And also, if you compare the Sweden and Latvia, I'm saying like you don't have so many things what you have changed, so it's like more easier for yours to just keep on the same thing. But we have a lot of changes in each elections, even this one. So
but we have a lot of, at least we think, changes. Like we use technique in the advanced voting now, and we will send the voting cards digitally. So we have changes too. So maybe not as much. I will close the microphone for a while and tell my technicians that it works.
Yeah. Okay. It is nice to see you and hear you as well. So yeah, I don't know if you already get the invitation for to save the date letters from us.
Yes, of course, Paldies. Definitely, somebody will come.
Perfect. So yeah, the bit more information will be comes in next weeks. We are already just planning the program, and so yeah. Hope to see you.
I think you got invitations from us also.
Perfect.
From Lithuania, 2 people are going to Sweden.
Yeah.
One member of our commission and the Rokas. Anna knows the Rokas.
Yeah, okay. I think let's to see just this platform used for the purpose what it's needed for. Okay, see you later.
Internet. See you.
Yeah.
Шановні колеги, будемо просити вас повертатися на свої місця. Будь ласка, беріть з собою каву, запасайтеся, тому що в нас є дуже багато спікерів онлайн.
Participants, please,
На можливість поділитися із
you may
вами
take
своїми
your
спостереженнями.
coffees to your seats because there are many attendees who want to share their thoughts and experiences with you. Sorry.
Колеги, ще раз прошу, будь ласка, повертатися на свої місця.
May I
Ми
kindly
починаємо.
request all the participants to please resume their seats while not abandoning their coffees.
Шановні колеги, ми будемо продовжувати і будемо далі говорити
We will
про
continue, dear colleagues, with the discussion on
будемо
interagency and
обговорювати
institutional
взаємодію із
cooperation,
країнами, із країнами
including
перебування.
cooperation with the host
Шановні колеги, я
countries.
дуже прошу,
Dear colleagues, may I once again make a kind request for everyone to go back to their seats.
шановні колеги, у нас буде більше можливостей поспілкуватися під час
And
обідньої
I
перерви.
assure you'll
Зараз
have
давайте
more time to
перейдемо
network
до
during the
обговорення.
lunch break, but now
Шановні колеги,
is the time to resume our
у нас дуже багато іноземних
discussion.
гостей,
There
які
are
нас
many
онлайн.
foreign
дуже
participants, attendees who are online waiting for the continuation of our discussion. So please, may I call everyone to order.
Під час цієї панелі ми будемо обговорювати з одного боку ті
This
висновки, які
panel
делегації, які
is
проводили
going to discuss
the
the
консультації з приймаючими
findings of
взаємодія, які є
the
позитивні напрацювання, які
participants on their consultations with host country
будемо сьогодні
authorities.
спілкуватися із
Also, we will have
сьогодні з нами будуть
an exchange with a representative of Hungary, Lithuania, Latvia, and Sweden. We are also going to hear some reflection coming from Poland and Czechia from the representatives of the Ukrainian diplomatic missions. Mr. Apostolov from the CC, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня. Сподіваюсь, мене чути.
Good afternoon. I'll join the choir of those who appreciated cooperation and support. Without further ado, let me get my presentation going. I'll start with some figures. 24 countries is the total number of the jurisdictions we visited. One actually was outside of the initial scope. The stats are shown here is illustrative of the evidence gathered to date under the OECHR. The number of persons staying abroad is characterized by two figures. One is voters, and the other one, the bigger one, is all other citizens. So we also have a slightly differing figure provided by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. What follows is that the countries that we visited, countries that are temporary home for the majority of Ukrainian citizens who fled the war, represent 94% of all Ukrainians staying in European countries, only European countries, I repeat. Also, what needs to be said is that there is work to do. For instance, these here are countries where more than 10,000 Ukrainians are currently residing, and they are the countries where some additional polling stations will likely to be installed. EU nations, however, there are other non-EU member states that are home to 1.38 million of Ukrainians. So additional communication will need to be initiated with the states in order to try and put in place some internal procedures. At various meetings we have had there, we entertained a number of questions, some of them generated by our compatriots abroad. Most of them dealt with the possibility of establishing polling stations outside of diplomatic missions, requirements, a timeline, kind of a cultural circumstances. Also, we looked at the logistical support and availability, premises, ballot boxes, booths, desks, chairs. We wanted to discuss this in order to understand our capacity for the future. Another important component of our cooperation focused on gathering reliable statistical data, and so far as we are still missing it. In each jurisdiction, therefore, we try to communicate with the statistical authorities, and they vary from nation to nation. So it was important for us to establish communication channels with those institutions in order to understand actually how many Ukrainians live there, whether they live in densely in some communities, in order to put polling stations as close to those communities as possible. Another important matter to be clarified is the voter information. There are different resources out there, and we had to understand what this resource is or resources are. Plus, another important matter is security, public order, including information security, protection against any attempts to interfere with the voting in the course of election. All as a result, what we can say is that we received positive feedback. There exists clear understanding of the needs of Ukrainians. There is will to help Ukraine in organization of the election process in the jurisdictions where the law prohibits creation of polling stations outside of diplomatic missions. Some actionable solutions have been identified. However, there is one nation, Slovakia, namely where the law is does not allow creating of polling stations outside of the diplomatic missions, but we are waiting for their response as to understand what other mechanisms could be involved in order to ensure the voting rights of Ukrainians residing outside of Ukraine there. What else? You have already heard about collective registration that might help us identify the location of Ukrainian citizens. UK is a good example. It provided us with exhaustive info on the geographical location and the numbers of Ukrainians living there. Our diplomatic missions have also helped collect information on premises that are already in use by Ukrainians, faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, and therefore could as well be used for the purpose of creating polling stations and voting process that we are now mapping this information in order to make access to polling stations as seamless as possible. By the way, the software help us test different scenarios by changing the various parameters. Some areas are more densely populated than others. The distances also vary, take into account the geographical configuration of the country. And we already understand that some premises we could otherwise use won't be needed. There are other findings we have made out of this exercise, and we are currently working on refining this tool in order to be able to better project, plan, and calculate. Yet another important stage in our work is institutional exchange, international cooperation. covering issues as broad as communication with the consular offices to building our institutional capacity. You may know that we indicate that a number of MOUs have already been concluded. Finland, for instance, is a good example, as we made an MOU with the Ministry of Justice of Finland, though they don't have relevant experience, but they have a lot of initiative, and now we have very good relations, working relations with the Finnish Ministry of Justice. Needless to say, all we've done and are doing now, because after all, legislative process is still going on, have been
вся ця робота, яка була проведена, ці візити, вони знайшли своє відображення в нормотворчому процесі. Я зупинюсь і надам тоді вже можливість іншим колегам. Дякую.
Дуже дякую, Сергію. І дійсно, ми були вражені тим, наскільки відкриті були органи приймаючих країн. І я думаю, що, можливо, таких меморандумів про співробітництво стане більше, тому що деякі країни все ще розглядають можливість укладення таких меморандумів. І зараз мені б хотілося надати слово якраз представниці Швеції, з якою Центральна виборча комісія України також уклала меморандум про
співпрацю. Invite the distinguished representative of the Swedish election authority. By the way, we have also made a memorandum of understanding with the Swedish election authority. So may I ask Anna Nyqvist to join us.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be invited to this conference. Having listened to you for a while now and been following the CC's work together with International IDEA and with out-of-country voting for several years now, it's impressive to see the results of all the hard work. And I will not talk about out-of-country voting actually so much, but I will try to tell you about the Swedish electoral authorities' support for the Ukrainian counterpart, the CC, and how we view this. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it has been very important for the Swedish electoral authority to support our colleagues in Ukraine as much as we can. There are several reasons for this, which I will now try to explain. The first reason, of course, is that Sweden as a country, through the parliament and government, stands completely behind Ukraine and supports Ukraine in every way that we can. It has been that way since day one. This applies to the entire society in Sweden and, of course, also to the election authority. Second, the election authority in Sweden does not have a specific mandate from the government to support Ukraine. But within the framework of our regular mandate to conduct elections in Sweden, it is always important to learn from other election authorities. We value exchange with other countries' election authorities very high, and in order to develop our own election process. Most of the changes that we do in the Swedish election process we have somehow stolen from someone else. We steal with honor and pride. And therefore, we also prioritize sharing our experiences with other countries' election authorities as much as we can and have time to do. Thirdly, as an election authority, we know that development of the election process takes time. Many people think that election work is only carried out during an election year, but we all know that that is not the case. It is not possible to start developing Ukraine's election process when the war is over and believe that you will be able to hold elections in the near future. Therefore, it is important that as much as possible of the development continues even during the war, which the CEC has carried out with honor, and we have supported and will continue to do as much as we can. Fourth, when we in Sweden were given the opportunity to sign an MOU with Ukraine in 2025, we did not hesitate to do so. It was the Swedish election authorities' first and still only MOU. We have the Ukrainian coat of arms on the wall in our office, and every day it signals to us our support for Ukraine, how important it is, and that we support the CEC in Ukraine in every way we can. And last but not least, every time we meet with the Ukraine's CEC, we also learn about the Swedish elections. Our exchange of experience during the CEC's visit to Stockholm and at various and several meetings around the world, where I have met both Oleg and other members of the CEC, has taught me much about their challenges and what is required to meet the challenges. I have also been able to share and hear personal stories from members in the CEC about everyday life during the war that have deepened my understanding and which I have passed on to our authority, and I'm very grateful for that. And the biggest security challenges during elections in Sweden are cyber threats and disinformation. And in this regard, we have and can learn very much from Ukraine than you can learn from us. And we are very grateful that you are open with your challenges. So, in summary, exchange of experience with other countries' election authorities is of utmost importance for developing the election process in Sweden, and especially with the CEC in Ukraine. And in every way that we can at the Central Election Authority in Sweden, we support the coordination of Ukraine's overseas voting in Sweden. We will do so in every way we can. And you have our continued and everyday support. And I would personally like to thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you.
Анно, дуже дякуємо. Я думаю, що від імені українського народу ми не можемо подякувати достатньо народу Швеції.
And I think that we should express our appreciation of the support provided by Sweden and Swedish election authority to us. It's not, by the way, incidental that our headquarters, IDEA International, is in Sweden. We appreciate this and appreciate your readiness and willingness to support Ukraine. If my memory serves me right, we have had 5, if not 6, opportunities to exchange experience with Sweden in recent years. Ukrainians, I hope, will be able to act as observers in the forthcoming Swedish elections. All right, there's yet another nation that provides us valuable support. This is Lithuania. And I am very happy to invite Lina Petroniene, head of the Lithuanian CEC, our great friend. Lina, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It was so nice to see familiar faces in the hall. Sorry, I am remotely, but it's my pleasure to join you today. And I would like to express our sincere support and solidarity with Ukraine. Lithuania stands with Ukraine, and this support is shared not only by the state, by state institutions, but by many Lithuanian citizens as well. And the Central Electoral Commission of Lithuania is ready to share best practices and exchange experience through election observation programs, study visits, consultation on various aspects of electoral process, such as political finance oversight, the use of information technologies in elections, voter inclusiveness, training for election commissions, and other key issues. This has been a regular part of our cooperation for many years, and we are ready to continue it in the future. Experience sharing, as Anna said, is beneficial for both sides. It helps us learn from one from another and improve our work. And at the end of April, on Vishvanka Day, we hosted a consultative visit by an Ukraine delegation in the end of May. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which helps us to organize voting abroad for Lithuanian citizens, contributed to the preparation of this visit. Other institutions also joined willingly, including the police, the Association of Municipalities, the Immigration Department, and other institutions. We all expressed support and helped us think through how we could contribute when Ukraine is able to organize its first post-war elections in Lithuania for citizens living in Lithuania. And we imagine how many Ukrainian citizens live abroad, and we also understand the scale of the challenges that must be addressed. And when preparing elections abroad, it is essential to assess the situation carefully and to establish clear rules from the very beginning. First, it must be decided who can participate in election outside the country, only those who live permanently abroad, or also people who are temporarily abroad for vacation, for example, or business trip. And it's equally important to determine how citizens living abroad can vote in their home country if they are on the day in Ukraine. I will avoid too many technical details because we have a very wide report, very detailed report, but I would like to mention our integrated electronic system by using an electronic voter list and registering every voter who comes to vote, whether at polling station in Lithuania or other designated voting place in Lithuania, or embassy abroad, or through postal voting abroad. We ensure that every citizen can vote, preventing double voting, and citizens can also check through our online portal when and where we have voted, and this strengthens transparency, ensures opportunities to vote, and helps prevent misunderstandings, particularly about double voting. And another important question is whether voting by post should be possible, or whether voting should be limited to in-person voting at embassies and polling stations. In Lithuania, we use postal voting abroad because we don't have embassies in every country of the world. And it helps us to provide possibilities to vote for our citizens living abroad. And it's very important to decide the number and time, the number of days when it is voting, not only on Sunday, but maybe additional days and timing for voting in embassies. And also, I think the logistics must also be clearly arranged, where ballot papers are printed, because we send from Lithuania to our embassies, how they will be distributed to embassies, where ballot papers will be counted, and how they will be transported if counting takes in different locations. And these details are essential for the credibility, security, and fairness of the process. Establishing additional polling stations require more human resources because more members are needed in election commissions. When speaking about organizing elections in Lithuania for Ukrainian citizens, practical issues must be kept in mind. Lithuania is a relatively compact country, so a couple of polling stations outside Vilnius would assure that polling places should be reached within less than 3 hours by car. But of course, every country has to count if it is acceptable 3 hours or the time should be shorter. And in Lithuania, during our elections, local authorities are responsible for providing premises and technical support during elections. Voting is organized not only at polling stations on Sundays, but also through early voting all the week before elections in every municipality. So local authorities have experience in preparing premises and ensuring technical assistance. During the consultative visit of Ukraine delegation, a commitment was expressed to provide support to Ukrainian institutions conducting elections. And the specific details can be clarified once Ukraine holds election in Lithuania. And Lithuania does not look for excuses, we look for solutions. So when the requirements and conditions are known, and depending on the available possibilities, opportunities can be explored to provide technical assistance, including premises, equipment, and other practical support for Ukraine. Currently, we are open for consultations and sharing experience with colleagues while carrying out preparatory work, drafting legal requirements, etc. And as it was mentioned several times today, the Memorandum of Understandings provides wide range of cooperation forms, and we are happy to use them, not waiting until the time you can conduct elections. And I believe that today's discussions and exchange of experience will inspire our colleagues with new ideas, new thoughts, which we will be able to put into practice in the nearest future as we continue a very important work of conducting fair and democratic elections in Ukraine. So thank you, дякую, разом до перемоги, слава Україні!
Героям слава, Ліна, дуже дякуємо, як завжди. Ліна дуже давній і надійний друг України. Я думаю, що багато з колег в залі знають Ліну по нашій спільній роботі в сфері політичного фінансування. Ми вивчали довгі роки досвід Литви, і ми не здивовані тим рівнем підтримки, який Литва виявляє для України, і ми дуже цінуємо це партнерство і цю дружбу. І зараз мені б хотілося запросити до слова наших партнерів, з якими зустрічалися зовсім нещодавно.
Who we met quite recently. That's the meeting held in July, a couple of weeks ago. This is that I would like to pass the floor to the chairman of the CSC in Montenegro, Mr. Tenat. We're very grateful for your support, and we will be glad to hear more from you on consultancies. Thanks a lot for your assistance. The floor is yours. Welcome. Montenegro. Hello? Mr. Attila, we can see you and probably we can hear you as well. Mr. Attila, Montenegro. Hello? Mr. Attila.
Dr. Attila, we can see.
Attila is from Hungary.
Dr. Attila, are you with us? Can you hear interpretation?
But he's not.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. And I have to correct you because I am from Hungary, European Union. We already met each other some weeks ago. And if the floor is mine, then of course I will give you my short speech. I am very happy to join this conference, and I was also very happy to host our Ukrainian colleagues some days ago here in Hungary at our headquarters. And at that time, I also underlined the Hungarian National Election Office is, of course, a partner in the upcoming Ukrainian elections, and we will also do our best to help you by conducting and organizing your elections. And I wish you good luck and wish you the best efforts for this huge work, because you will have a unique and massive event at your next elections in these historic times. What our help means, I must underline that since 2011, the Hungarian legislative reforms expanded the scope of eligible voters abroad. This means that also Hungarians without a Hungarian domicile in the territory of Hungary, has the right after registration to take part in the parliamentary elections and in referendums as well, and vote at these types of elections. And this means that in general we have two big categories of voters. First of all, there are the voters with a registered domicile in Hungary. At the parliamentary elections, they may vote for the national party lists and the individual candidates of their registered living place of living. And on the other hand, there are the voters without a registered domicile in Hungary. They may vote only for national party lists. And for these two big categories, we have two different voting methods. This means that voters without a Hungarian domicile may vote only by post, and the voters with a Hungarian domicile, they may only vote in person. And if they are on the election day abroad, they can vote at one of our foreign representations. In 2026, 3 months ago in April at our general elections last time, we had about 494,000 registered postal voters. And we had, beside them, 90,000 voters who voted in person at our foreign representations. And there were 149 foreign representations which were open on election day across the whole world, and where our voters could go and vote. So this means that we have practice also in postal voting and also in voting in person at foreign representations abroad. And we are happy to share our experiences with our Ukrainian colleagues. I also mentioned that we had many challenges with these issues. It is important to timely deliver the election materials over the whole world. It is also important to have for the postal voters. And I also mentioned them that beside the online registration, we developed a so-called automated decision-making process, which softened the administrative burdens and eased the efforts of our voters. Of course, we are open to share in detail both ways of voting with our Ukrainian partners. We also are open to connect the Ukrainian colleagues with the Hungarian local election offices to give them assistance in finding the most cost-efficient polling station locations in Hungary for their voting abroad. And I also mentioned that we will, for the Ukrainian elections, provide voting equipment for them, which means that we will hand over voting booths and ballot boxes as well. And beside this, we also shared the list and contacts of Ukrainian national minority self-governments, which are established in Hungary. In that way, the Ukrainian colleagues can possibly easier make contact with the potential voters for the upcoming Ukrainian elections. And of course, in the future, by finalizing the legal environment for the Ukrainian elections, we are happy to share our in-depth details about the relevant sections and practices of the Hungarian electoral system and law. Whatever you need, feel free to contact us in the future as well. And I wish you honestly good luck to your organizing and conducting efforts for the upcoming elections. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо, і ми надзвичайно вдячні Угорщині, тому що те, про що...
Thank you very much. We're immensely grateful to Hungary. What Dr. Tila has just mentioned may impress as a very technical issue in housekeeping of votes and procedures and at all the severe underpinning processes. So whenever it goes about ballot boxes or world as an arena to evolve or any other locations and provision of services of the diplomatic missions or competent institutions of consulates, your support is indeed crucial. And in those countries where can support us can drop budget and logistics burden as well, since this will bring in high significance for Ukraine, which will liberalize organization of elections for Ukraine. But for that, we will need to implement legal regulations in terms of ballot boxes and issue of ballots as well for Ukraine to be able to deploy them. And that we would like to extend gratitude to Hungary for your availability to support and continue cooperation with Ukraine. And that I would like to pass the floor to the chairman of the CSC in Latvia, another partnering country, assisting hugely to Ukraine among the most recent visits which happened in July this year, proves that Ukraine and Latvia are in a fresh contact. At that, Maris, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Yeah, hello to everyone on the honorable election authorities, friends, and actually election family. I will just mention the main topics what we already discussed with your honorable Ukrainian Election Commission partners. Just a few of them was like, rather than limiting voting opportunities to diplomatic and consular premises, the legal framework allows the polling stations in Latvia to be established wherever significant concentrations of Latvia reside, including premises, proposed by diaspora organization as well. This is one thing. Another thing, what we are actually really proud of, is our electronic online voter registration. And the administration of the voter registration in Latvia is supported by, how I already said, electronic online voter registration. And it's a nationwide digital system that allows voters to ballot wherever a polling station in a country, also in abroad as well. Another topic what we discussed is the allocation of all the overseas parliamentary votes have a single electoral constituency represents what is actually represents another distinctive feature. Because by assigning all external votes to the Riga constituency, Latvia simplifies ballot production, also polling station administration, and vote counting afterwards. How already my previous colleagues said, we are very, very open also to practical things, how to support Ukraine. Yeah, I forgot another one main thing what I wanted to say. For these overseas voters, we have also two options, like to face-to-face voting, and also, of course, postal voting, which we are giving actually the higher priority. And we are advertising and we are advising our voters who are just deciding to go to holidays whenever they are going to do that in all world, or just or diaspora who are living there, so they can do that in advance. And back to say how we are able and ready to support Ukraine, like already other colleagues said about the polling station places, rooms, about the ballot boxes, and also some of practical equipment. Unfortunately, except the computers or some digital stuff because of the security. But otherwise, other things, actually, we are really open, and we will, I think, give how much and whenever you, as a Ukraine, will need that. And of course, we are very, very open also to hear if we can, if you have any idea how we can support you and your colleagues in the future as well. So thank you also for exchanging the experience when you were in Latvia, because how all of us actually know about the geopolitical reasons. We have a lot of how to say in the main words. Of course, there's a lot of threats what we need to deal with, and but this kind of exchanging experience always makes and helps to all of us to grow up stronger and stronger. It's never-ending story, but I think together we can be stronger than our possibly enemy. So yeah, thank you one more time, and how I already say, we are very open to support us how we can and how far is possible. So thank you, and if you have any question, then I'm ready for the questions.
Дякуємо, Маріусе. І я думаю, що, знаєте, як
Thank you, Maris. Look, you understand that we probably wouldn't have been able to accommodate all our colleagues in one virtual room, so to speak. Therefore, had to appoint just a few of those many who were willing. And we never heard any no's, any refusals. In fact, there were many more colleagues who wanted to contribute to our today's agenda. We had to confine the numbers, but may you know that we have always felt that support every time we requested our colleagues. And by the way, every single exchange consultation was a chance to disseminate, so to speak, knowledge about Ukraine's position. Now, may I engage representatives of the Ukrainian diplomatic missions who participated in the consultations, acted as focal points in organizing them, and I would in particular note our colleagues from the Embassy of Ukraine to the Czech Republic. We should probably all applaud to Ukrainian diplomats posted there. Mr. Usate will probably confirm that the Czech legislation currently prohibits creating polling stations to support voting in foreign elections. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I appreciate the opportunity to take part in your today's conference. Yes, we are aware of the challenges attendant upon the forthcoming post-war elections, given the mere number of polling stations that might need to be deployed outside of diplomatic missions of Ukraine. We indeed would like to thank you, all the CEC, Oleg, representatives of the Consular Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who were part of the delegation that visited the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic is different from Ukraine insofar as the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is responsible for the administration of these matters. And the Czech Republic does have relevant experience. For instance, temporary diplomatic premises can be created for the time of elections, and we have the word of the Czech authorities that they are ready to help us do it when the time comes. It is also important to mention that the Czech Republic has Ministry of Interior supporting elections in national and local elections. We have also an agreement of our Prague colleagues. We understand the election to be, it is gonna be challenging. In the Czech Republic, with its population of 10 million, there's more than 500,000 of Ukrainians, including kids, and many Ukrainians are clearly willing to take part in the election. Czech Republic, our strategic partner, has expressed its willingness to help us wherever it can. Choice of premises is going to be particularly challenges. Earlier on, Prague and Brno were only two places where polling stations were deployed before, but now we will have to add another dozen to this number. Opening polling stations, however, is not all of it. Mr. Pustimov from CEC has to be recognized for helping us map the challenges that the embassy is facing on the strategic vision of the CEC. And the Czech side provided us with answers to all the questions we had, and more importantly, we could see their willingness to help us sort out all organizational problems. And by the way, I'm sure that the Czech approach could be replicated in other jurisdictions. Yes, there's the Vienna diplomatic convention and the alignment of the national legislation to its requirements and the EU acquis. The Czech Republic complied with this requirement, therefore their approach, I'm sure, can be used in other EU member states. Thank you, Vitaly, and let me once again recognize your professionalism in helping organize consultations and exchange on the soil of the Czech Republic. We do hope that the Czech experience will indeed come in very handy. As far as we could see, only 3 EU member states prohibit opening polling stations outside of the diplomatic missions. Estonia, Slovak Republic, and the Czech Republic. The Slovak Republic is a pending issue. Our colleagues from Slovakia have not explicitly expressed their willingness to help sort out this matter. We should understand that any consultations that have already taken place have been informal. They were scoping the problem, and I understand that our diplomats may have more opportunities in the future once the proper legal framework is in place. We have always underscored that it's important that it should be there. Now, I'd ask a representative of the Polish, of the diplomatic mission of Ukraine to Poland, the nation that has given shelter to many Ukrainians. We understand that the situation is not going to be that easy in Poland. We have a representative of the Polish Republic to Ukraine, but At any rate, Katerina Baranecka, Third Secretary on Consular Matters, Embassy of Ukraine to the Polish Republic. Hello. I'm sorry, Katerina unfortunately couldn't make it. I am Danilo Zapsalov, advisor of the Embassy of Ukraine on consular matters. Indeed, we do have very closely woven working contacts with our colleagues in Poland. Head of the Ukrainian CEC during his delegation's visit to Poland, Mr. Pustovi and Władysław Konecki, being other members of the delegation, had a number of exchanges with the MFA of Poland and the Polish electoral authority. The Polish participants has amply covered the steps they take whenever they organize out-of-country voting and tabulation of votes. The Polish side is ready to help us with organizing our process, being aware of how challenging it is. How one thing that needs to be taken into consideration is that approval for opening additional polling stations is given by the MFA. That requires Ukraine to inform it in advance of the number and location. According to the official stats of the Polish Republic, there is about 1.5 million Ukrainians living in Poland now, and the number of diplomatic and consular premises doesn't outnumber 6 currently. So, currently the agreement is once Ukraine has provided Poland with notice in advance, the Polish side will help us identify locations and deploy polling stations. That's it for the time being. Danilo, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your input. Yes, we understand the challenges in Poland, the Czech Republic, and Germany to deal with, given the number of Ukrainians staying there. Once we even had a joke that helping with voting in Poland might be less challenging than the entire election in, say, Luxembourg or Cyprus. Cognizant of the number of Ukrainians living in these 3 jurisdictions, we understand that organization of voting will be as exacting as that in some of the jurisdictions in Europe. We're in constant touch with our colleagues in Poland, but we understand that Poland won't be able to help Ukraine sort out things that the Ukrainian legislators haven't done that. We have kind of exhausted the list of our speakers, but we have 15 minutes for follow-up discussion, reflection, because we have already had 2 panel discussions. So please raise your a virtual hand if you are online, or indicate your desire to speak from the floor.
Вітаю вас. Вітаю, Олександра Савченко.
Greetings. Introduce yourself, please. I'm Alexander Sachenko. I stay in Sweden. I'm an active volunteer. We've met at a meeting past year. At the background of the BESAD, I would like to find out whether you're going to create an instrument to enable active Ukrainian abroad to join and assist the competent authorities in Ukraine where bring to memories that Ukrainian citizens enjoy not only the rights but also bear the commitments. Apart from that, I would like focus saying that we can benefit from Swedish experience and mention the necessity of the public awareness campaigns. Throughout these other full-scale invasion, there was a huge number of voters who in their number grew from the previous teenagers. Today we have these youngsters which have already reached the age enabling them to cast votes, and if the school curriculum foresees law studies and dissemination of knowledge on the current legal system of Ukraine and sharing this data abroad among the Ukrainian, it would be indeed great to give access to such a circle of interested youngsters and to remind the Ukrainian citizens that the Ukrainians bear accountability no matter where they stay. Taking the today, we discuss our opportunities where while staying abroad, we can yet remain active voters where today we keep memories of the tragedy in Maryvson, and that this should be a sort of a reminder of our accountability and an opportunity to exercise the commitment and voting liberties. Taken that were authorized and not restrained in lead and proactive campaigns in an independent country, that will be an urge for an open democracy. Okay, Sergey, probably you will reflect. We had a couple of questions. The first was about inclusiveness and participation in the ongoing votes. We have some ideas and deliberations which underpin the ongoing registration and invoked effort how the registration will be carried out, but separately we will look into the ambition of voters in contributing to shaping the voting instrument. Such a person can act as a passive observer. We will draw up a database. It's clear enough that in an unbiased manner, we will make up the composition of the controllers and the service at the elections to be held, and probably that this agenda will fall on the next segment of the current agenda, and what follows is more proactive approach to let's say accelerate the pace of interaction among partners, and this sort of issues are expected to be raised throughout the next panel, and we have another report online. Alba, you're welcome.
Hi, Yulia. Hi to everyone. Thank you for passing me the floor. I'm Alba from the Ministry of Interior of Spain. I would like to thank you all especially the Ukrainian colleagues and also my AGNE colleagues I've heard a few minutes before. Just a quick word to say that because of family reasons, I have not been able to be a panelist in this panel too, but I would just like to send a few words of support to the Ukrainian colleagues on behalf of Spain, and also to say that we really were really happy. It was a pleasure to welcome you in Spain when you came a few years ago to learn about our OCV system. You have our support, and if you need any help, basically our OCV has two main characteristics that could help the Ukrainian colleagues as good practices. One of it is that since 2022, out-of-country voting in Spain has changed the process, and so now Spaniards don't have to request their vote once they are abroad. The embassies have their registered address, and once the elections are called, the election materials are sent ex officio to every Spaniard abroad. So they don't have to add this step of going to the embassy and asking for the vote. And the second characteristic is that one of the main problems we face, and I suppose all the rest of countries would face, is that sending the ballots is quite difficult, as ballots are not always printed with enough time to be sent to, I don't know, a country which is far away. For instance, in Spain, send it to Australia is quite difficult, and sometimes it didn't arrive on time, and without the ballot, you obviously cannot vote. So the Electoral Commission in Spain approved an exception only for Spaniards living abroad, which meant that these people can download from the internet, from an official web page, they can download all the ballots, print them, and then put the political party they want to vote inside the envelope, and that's the one they can send. So they don't have to wait for the official printed ballot to reach their home. But basically, Ukrainians colleagues know all this because we gave them the information. They have our support, and if they need any more help, we are here for them. Just a few words to say that, and to say hello to all the colleagues, and to Yulia especially. Thank you.
Дуже дякуємо, Альба. Дійсно, Іспанія була першою країною, з якою було проведено такі консультації.
Alba, thank you very much. Spain was the first country partnering in consultancies. I believe that there was a dense sort of testing pattern or modality of cooperation where there was a query who can participate on the delegation from Ukraine, since we discussed who will be the main part of commitments, what the burden will be, and to that we talked over inclusiveness of the state, local self-governance authorities, where further on in the future they also join the job, and it's necessary to set up contacts with them equally. At our meetings, we met political leaders and the political competent body, that is CC in Spain, and other authorized agencies, where we spoke about law enforcement procedures, public order, precautionary measures, many other things, where we processed lots of issues which had to be examined. The CSC signed off a memo with Spain that was the first memo as regards to the OCV, but that was the first document of such type where Spain and Ukraine partnered along the spectrum of other countries which partnered in the same domain with Ukraine. If we have any other questions or comments, or if someone to reflect on the ongoing developments, you are more than welcome. Or we have 75 participants from abroad. If you want someone from overseas to join in, you're more than welcome. If there's nothing or no one to reflect on, then let me summarize the conclusions for the past two panels. The summary is made with the host partners were concentrated around two issues. Primarily, this is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the CSC, where they explored the best practices of OCV processes and procedures, where in some cases unexpected occurrences happened, and whenever it goes about the golden rule, everyone is aware that you can cast votes electronically, but in each country there are some nuances and the specific approaches to analysis of the domestic voting models. That everything hinges on how each and every country organizes voting, and probably for not this and that specific model will be applied in case of Ukraine. But thank you for thorough deep dive, and the majority of the ongoing talks were centered around Ukraine's positioning in the ongoing vote. And so we are following the regulation of the Ukrainian Parliament. Ukraine will enable opening of polling stations overseas. We have representatives from the coast countries here, and again, not to do too much of daydreaming. We need look into practicalities and to be able to assist the way it should be done when there are no domestic solutions to enable that. The host countries need time to get prepared, and quite often we touch upon time as a lock-in, and we as an international organization idea quite often, and even more and more, can hear from our partners that they need more and more time to get prepared. Such partners as Poland, the Czech Republic, Czechia, and Germany. They need some time to get ready with administrative environment and underlying procedures to enable to had representatives from the Northern Ireland, where we spoke about rentals of premises, where next morning they woke up and brought to the table the negotiations so that the condition of the municipalities do not fit, since there is only one entrance, and this is now good match where the Ukrainian citizens voting abroad probably would like to have more entrances, and it looked to them as a better idea to go to hotels the overseas, and the Ukrainian government that with participation of idea decided to address the government with the call to allocate 100,000 euro for the purpose of voting in the premises of hotels. We invited representatives of Czechia, where they explored the labor code and of the electoral proceedings, and again, the Czech observers turned up at the meeting with a list of recommendations and pieces of advice in terms of equipment and wish list of these items which they were ready to share to enable voting. That is about the interaction mechanism, which can differ by modalities. This CSC can do its job, and if the MFA can secure voting for millions of Ukrainians abroad that while meeting the Ukrainian and the polling stations overseas, it's clear that the diplomatic missions and consulates of Ukraine will bear a huge burden on top of this achievements gained. The diplomatic missions apart and very strong. They were quite appears invisible, but staff involved into the consulate duties quite often provide services to thousands of citizens staying abroad. Different localities, for instance, in Sweden we have only one consular office, and in other countries at times there is only one authorized competent officer to respond to the declaration of Ukrainian citizens. And at that, quite often during such study visits, we could spot such problems as, let's say, outdated, obsolete documents or lost ID documents, and is how to recover these documents. And this is a hard journey. And today we mentioned quite a lot of things that, and for Ukraine, that might appear to be a very good option to plan and set up a voting following the LCV rules, and while seeing the big picture that unveils and quite a lot of technicalities will emerge, and it's necessary to do deep dive into the legislative framework at that. The legislation of proper modality should be established in a timely manner, since quite a lot is left unattended and hidden. Thank you very much for participation and being with us. Now we're gonna have lunch at 3 p.m. We'll be back. You're more than welcome to join us. Lunch will be held on the second floor. Thank you, everyone. See you 1 hour later.
Я би мав би таку пропозицію, що чим швидше сядемо, тим довше поговоримо.
I thought that the sooner we get all back to our seats, the more time we have for a discussion.
Ну, бачиш, у цій частині стола таблички є.
There are nameplates on that side of the table, updated nameplates. Everybody knows you. Do you really need one?
Але питання таке, що насправді в нас велика когорта людей залишається онлайн і, напевне, буду зараз чекати того, як ми продовжимо, тому що
I hope that our online attendees haven't dissipated and are waiting for us to resume our proceedings. We have 2 minutes more, however, to go.
Так табличку Сергія можна було залишити, тому що він ніби в нас. Добре. То це ви зі всіма виїздили всі поїздки, так? Так, все зрозуміло. Тепер я вас побачив вживу. Так. Ми будемо мати... У нас ще, правда, 1 хвилина є.
Right.
Я почну закривати нашу розмову.
I'll probably start warming you up.
Я хочу сказати, що
as we have 1 minute before the start. International idea has to be appreciated for what they have done. Many people noted that, starting from Deputy Speaker Kornienko and others. Insofar as this has been a multi-stakeholder process, MFA, a bunch of institutions at the European Union. So, International Ideas team deserves applause. Lesa Necheparenko in particular, who was lead. And in the context of our discussion, I'll add one thing more. Lesa, whenever she was about to take a delegation abroad, she'd buy
завжди брала цукерки для зустрічі з
громадою. To give away during delegations meetings with the representatives of Ukrainian communities there. Also starting from Alexander Kornienko today, who mentioned it, the situation changed from being very skeptical as at the time we met on the premises of the European Parliament to now. Initially, it looked like a road show, going places, visiting European capitals, but today we could see that as a result of all that, there emerged a network of a particular kind that'll help Ukraine deal with a number of things in the context of its post-war election. We all hope that the time for it comes the sooner. And third thing, I'm here Kohut. I had Ukrainian Parliamentary Institute, and now as we are opening up our third panel discussion, I shall recall my personal career biography. Going back to 2001, when I was called upon to create and coordinate a vast network of NGOs. We were called Civic Monitoring Committee. There was no opera at the time, and we had to initiate various monitoring efforts, financial included. So I am about to ask you this. Do you think that organizations that came into being sometimes under the force of circumstances, I'm talking about Ukrainians who had to leave the country in the face of the Russian aggression, arose as kind of a self-help organizations, and do you think that they are capable of us taking on them a different kind of responsibilities, political responsibilities? Could they be helpful in organizing, bringing together and disseminating information, observing, monitoring, and, well, oversight, after all, or scrutiny, rather? In the first years of the full-scale invasion, the level of trust was higher. It receded recently. Look at the cardboard protest in the squares of Ukraine in Kiev. So would these organizations, to paraphrase, be good enough to help Ukraine organize the election abroad? Once again, let me place an emphasis on the following. I haven't been part of it, so I don't know, but would you say that every of those study visits we heard a lot about in the first part of our meeting included a meeting with the representatives of the Ukrainian community? Sergei, you seem to have started talking about that before lunch, so could you continue and expand on the meetings that members of delegations had with the representatives of the Ukrainian communities? Well, the experience has generally been very positive, but, well, you want me to give you some details. We talk about out-of-country voting. It'd be strange if we went about that without reaching out to the communities in order to identify their needs, their expectations or aspirations. Therefore, every time we went out, we scheduled and had meetings with representatives of the Ukrainians, diasporas, communities, organizations, and we always pursued the goal of, on one hand, informing about the situation with the electoral processes inside the country, our expectations, and second of all, we informed the community about the information about the update we had from the host country authorities. It was important to, so to speak, make comparisons between what is officially held to be true and what was perceived to be true by the Ukrainians living there. Because so, given various aspects, religious, cultural, etc., after informing the representatives of the communities, we were keen to get a feedback on that and on their inclination to get engaged. We wanted to establish how interested they were with in the internal processes going on in Ukraine and their readiness to join and which status. So we wanted to see whether they were willing to take part in voting and also whether they thought they would help with organizing and holding elections in those jurisdictions. So we needed to understand whether they were in constant communication with other members of communities, where they produced any media, newsletters, etc. What is probably the most interesting is that people we met always stated they were ready to give what they could in order to help Ukraine organize voting. By the way, many members of the Ukrainian diasporas confirmed they were ready to help with equipment, with premises. Typically, all these meetings involve participation of our diplomatic representatives, consular officers, who, of course, would benefit by having this outside assistance in terms of equipment and other resource Ukrainians could contribute. Maybe representatives of those communities would want to hear that we think the meetings were not just about talking, but about giving a start to certain legislative developments. Also, our notes taking those meetings were accommodated by the CC in its communication strategy, and also some elements were also used in order to develop a concept of countervailing or countering external foreign interference with the organization of the election, capable of rebuffing, debunking any lies or fake information, with a view to ensuring fairness and legitimacy. Well, communication strategy, it does have a distinct category, Ukrainians abroad, Ukrainian citizens abroad. It also points to the communication channels, to stakeholders ranging from individuals to organizations abroad, and cooperation with other stakeholders with a view to disseminating electoral material. We also clarified ways in which we can maintain cooperation with, say, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and diplomatic missions of Ukraine abroad, and of course, external interference, the communication strategy identifies ways in which foreign interference with the electoral process can be best dealt with, including countering of false information or fake information through better interaction between agencies, and what is as important with individuals and organizations of Ukrainians abroad. This means that we value highly and assess as highly the willingness of Ukrainians to help us implement out of country voting during the post-war elections to be called, so nothing has been in vain, and it's going on. The work is going on. Thank you, Sergei, thank you, CC. However, I hear you that the main emphasis was on communication and information. That said, this may be more relevant to the consular battalion, so to speak. But there's one other thing I have taken a mental note of. This wave of Ukrainians fleeing Ukraine are not the same as the ones who'd left before, pursuing their economic interest, their welfare, and for instance, we need to create a verifiable, well, gerrymandering, if I may call it, that system, and we'd probably did fine if the CEC created an overseas, so to speak, wing for its training and information efforts. And what else? Władysław Konevsky, who is head of this consular battalion, as I put it a moment ago. It'll be incumbent upon you, more or less, to have to deal with 4 or 5 million of overseas voters. It's a lot of people, and the low workload's gonna be high. So your service, how ready is it, or
Це дійсно буде щастя, оскільки це буде наша перемога, тоді відбудуться вибори. Виходимо з того, що, по-перше, хотів подякувати, щиро подякувати організаторам сьогоднішньої конференції за проведення заходу, дуже важливого. Тому що повоєнні вибори, це ми всі розуміємо, наскільки це буде виклик для всіх нас з точки зору масштабу, питань не тільки там логістичних, любих, які пов'язані з виборами, це буде виклик. Але тут треба зазначити, і, можливо, я подивлюсь під таким консульським кутом. Тобто не з точки зору навіть зараз законодавства і виборчих процедур, і тих викликів, на які нас очікують, а от через призму простої людини. Громадянина з тих 8 мільйонів, або ви кажете 4,5 мільйонів виборців, які зараз знаходяться за кордоном. Фактично це ті люди, з якими наша консульська служба працює щодня. Насправді, за цей період часу, особливо з початку повномасштабної воєнної агресії, ми
The full-scale invasion at the consulate level, we got to grip with very important thing. To be able to find a solution, it's not enough to converse. It's necessary to have the voice amplified. When you heard his voice, then there is some understanding, mutual understanding and trust, and then it's easier to develop cooperation in respect of post-war elections as well. For the visits held over the most recent years, with the participation of the CC, the Minister of Foreign Affairs as well, all that makes me stress mandatory feeling of making the contact with the local Ukrainians tight as a prerequisite of going overseas, since such formalities are not a formality, it's not a clever formality. This is an enabler of hearing their voices. That's how communication and extraordinary will be advanced to the Ukrainian community abroad. Among the challenges which were voiced, brought to the table at the meetings with the Ukrainian community, they helped us to single out reasons for that. And Prague was its environment and the conjuncture of electorate effort via all CV proceedings. What are the problems? What is to encounter by the citizens when they stay overseas? The statistics give us dry facts. Even throughout meetings with the state bodies, it was clear that this is mere communication of a formal pattern, but live dialogues are held with the citizens when they open up on their problems and where we see the necessity to interfere and where our competences can spread beyond the framework envisaged from the very beginning. Therefore, communication with local citizens abroad is a bottleneck for everyone to be able to build a bridge with the citizens staying overseas and the local state authorities. For that, the active bridge of communication is the Ukrainian community staying overseas. Among the questions raised, the first was about the types of communication channels in use. That was essential to understand the nature of problems. Normally, posed questions regarding the content of the websites of embassies and consulates. That's the communication infrastructure accessible to the Ukrainian citizens abroad, where the locals can find much data, where there is a threat that there is only one-way avenue of communication, where there will be no explanation as a reflection to the readers' reaction. And again, it's not about trolling websites. It's about more sharing video or images and the spectrum of cooperation with the community demonstrates what is better perceived. For that reason, this component of communication should be first priority. How well the communication is built up, will decide how to handle problems with narratives, not only at the time of elections and voting, but also later on, how the communication within the community and the attached stakeholders will show how we will be able to overcome this block. For the lens you mentioned from the learning experience, I myself observed that multiple offices, the consulates and representatives of communities tend to forget how these elections were carried out. Institutional memory is on a denial line, and that's about the learning capacities and opportunities, and who the members of the commission. The commission as well become how the community will show itself and find an authorized officials to represent them. I'm an optimist. I understand that these challenges are high, but on the other hand, there should be possibility entertained regarding possibility to understand how to approach communication with Ukrainian communities abroad. Thank you very much. In fact, we would like to extend gratitude to the consulate service. They're aware to communicate in some points. The burden has grown multifold since whenever it goes about assistance or interaction, it's normally about the aid to be granted. That's the core of communication. And again, I'm hopeful that sort of communication will not be hard, but on the other hand, there is probably not any threat of miscommunication. There is again another thing to consider that there will be much noise. Too much loud. That's my expectation to be. And then from the point of delegation, I'm not a person to decide that. Probably we need to bring to the table with the Ukrainian Parliament, the RADA, discuss how to handle that. We could hear the viewpoint on administrative processes online, the procedures for the consulates, voice was also considered, and although Chairman of Apora, Angelo, could you please share the political dimension? We had the political dialogues in place, right? You're absolutely right. Thank you very much for the invitation to see everyone today and to speak for review. We had multiple chances. We stood multiple chances to share insights from the Ukrainian community staying abroad. For one thing, this was sociological surveys and social incoherence. In Ukraine, we include them into our pool of resources. That's how we approach preparation of surveys. So we were to 6 countries, the UK, the Northern Ireland, the Poland, Sweden, Czech Republic, France. We attended these countries to be able to find answers to 2 questions. How they see the connection to Ukraine when they stay overseas, what are the avenues of connection, and are we interested whether they are willing to participate in the political agenda of Ukraine, and how big this will is. If, to bring all of that to a very brief conclusion, the key finding implies that both the Ukrainian men and women in their majority keep up in a very tight contact with the Ukrainian community in Ukraine. They are in touch with the Ukrainian friends and relatives while discussing forums of the Ukrainian where they are a party. They continuously a party of the Ukrainian context despite of the physically not in their homeland Ukraine. And another thing to count is that they are more than proactive. They actively set up parties, they donate, even in the UK, they make wreaths and they send them to the front line. These people are proactive and they are more than willing to be engaged into the Ukrainian process. And in this thread, the institutional mechanisms of their involvement speak for themselves while showing their will to get engaged. But their institutional engagement is indeed very weak, but their capacities are limited. We are asked what are the ways to connect to the political domain. They thought of two ways. That's participation in voting and also public discussions. This said that they have no idea how to participate unless coming back home. When asked about the current problems involving out of the participation debates, voting participation debates, one of our reps in Germany said that to be able to get the closest Berlin-based embassy of Ukraine in Germany, she needs to waste, so to speak, 200 euro, and when it turns up, there will be a risk of long lines to cast a vote. When we talk to other communities about other approaches, opening of polling stations and etc., they tend to say that earlier effort should be undertaken to do so. For instance, in bureaucracy, that Ireland demonstrates it takes hours to start these polling stations for them to be operational on the day of voting. And among these issues which emerged, not only the number of voters was a concern, but the behavior of these citizens. Are they a beautiful resource of local expertise? They're well aware of the local contexts. It's highly likely that they are aware of some statistics. This is the statistics may be even missing with the state authorities of the host countries. It's necessary to speak face to face with them on that. Another issue related to voting, that is public awareness campaigns in support of elections. We were told that quite a lot of voters who left Ukraine, they are not aware of how to cast votes. I don't remember who exactly, but one of the ladies participating in these proceedings, she said that it's necessary to take sort of ballot in Ukraine and go abroad to visit and vote right there. And that the local communities can appear to be powerful partners for that. In the Ukrainian community based in Ireland, we found such a response saying that we should deliver some lectures to them. They will be taught, and in their counties, they themselves will turn into consultants or advisors for the same people who will come over and will be taught on how to exercise their voting rights. But that it's also critical to communicate with such people, with these active communities on the ground. But vital for such a communication to be a bilateral, some sort of bilateral communication and two-way avenue to be able to understand what they say and what messages they have to bring to the table. Since quite a lot of people said that they are more than pro to share their insights, knowledge, skills, etc. But when they see no effect, they get demotivated. Another big challenge which we could have due to voting processes, that some mistrust of the voting process in place. We're all aware that the first post-war elections will be a big power against the Russian Federation, and there will be an anticipation of a collision where Russia will undertake an effort to create more conflicts. The Ukrainians and Russia charged from voting rights, and again regarding the motivators of getting back to Ukraine for return needs, the first was security situation, that is high threats, and another one is refoulement. Fear of being accused of treason, and the Ukrainian abroad should be demonstrated that they can play on parity with Ukrainians staying here domestically on the ground in Ukraine, and they yet are a part of the Ukrainian local community. And what we said from the point of narratives, on agitation, we're all aware that the Ukrainian abroad stay, let's say, unprotected. In Ukraine, we can at least partially protect information space from the Russian narratives and the similar. But when guess about the same overseas, things get much more harder. We cannot even expect what communication channels will be deployed for that purpose. It's not only about the Telegram channels, etc. Quite a lot of the Ukrainian in Italy attend churches, and does that imply that the Russian clergy will do a scene in the wake of the Ukrainian elections? It's not a fact, but it's a threat. We are aware of what happened in the course of the Ukrainian elections in Moldova. It's necessary to give understanding of the local context and to disseminate more on the contextual element, what happens in Ukraine and what the vote here implies. Thank you.
Well, I have additional question because I see that it's something that has to be expanded on more. But what about volunteers? Have you found any? We never asked, but we do have, so to speak, a list of contacts, active citizens who seem to be willing to act as such. There are many organizations created by Ukrainians abroad, but do you think that they are ready to assume some political responsibility? Yes, they are. Matter of fact, 5 million, whatever, 4.5, doesn't matter. We always collect feedback, meeting representatives of those communities, and feedback is positive. They all state they are ready. Some of them are ready to make some premises available, like Ukrainian schools. Some of them would want to help as election commissioners. There is actual international community that have a relevant experience. They have legal expertise and people standing by. So we take note of all these things and this active voter registration. We discussed it earlier. We think that we'll add yet another field to that form to make it possible for people to state if they would be ready to act as observers, as commissioners, or otherwise help. Thank you. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. It'd be nice if we could have some input from our neighbors, Slovakia, Hungary, Poland. After all, overall, I believe that a dialogue maintained by our, say, diplomatic missions with Ukrainians living in Hungary, Poland, or take part in this dialogue. Do you think that I could ask Mr. Fedor Shandor? Happy to show all. No, unfortunately, there's a feedback here. But we can translate. Let's see, in this context, I would distinguish diasporas of Ukrainian citizens, because typically diaspora is made of people who are not Ukrainian citizens. They can help, but they cannot take part in the election process. Also, certain technical support provided by the diplomatic missions or consular offices is, well, significant. There are two honorary consulates in Hungary. At the same time, Budapest and northern part of Hungary is, so to speak, covered by the embassy itself in terms of technical support and information. There's also a network of Ukrainian schools. There are 3 full-fledged Ukrainian schools operating in Budapest. It means there's a big group of Ukrainian teachers who may have taking part in election process in Ukraine, so their potential can well be put to use given their practical experience as commissioners or observers in the elections held in Ukraine before they left it. Also, depending of the situation, diasporas here and there have their own communication channels. For instance, Facebook is very popular amongst Ukrainians living in Hungary. We are present there, and we regularly post information messages there. Neither should we forget about the fact that it's almost 172,000 Ukrainians in Hungary never bothered to officially registered with Ukrainian missions. In Hungary, however, all children need to be taken account of. Failure to do so entails criminal responsibility. So we can have ample information on Ukrainian children, their parents, their custodians, and Hungary is ready to support this election process. I can say this as consul, honorary consul of Ukraine to Hungary and professional. I am a professor of the sociology chair in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for having joined us and been patiently waiting for your turn. And thank you for outlining the prospects. I wouldn't call them challenges after your words. Moreover, you mentioned that Hungary was one of the countries visited by representatives of the CEC not long ago, which was a sign of a thaw, so to speak, political thaw. Increasingly more representatives of Ukraine and Hungary have engaged in dialogue, and this makes us all hopeful that one day we will once again maintain good neighborly relations. In the same context, let me invite Mr. Miroslav Kastron, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to Slovakia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation to join discussion in this particular panel. Second, I would like to appreciate International Institute for Democracy and Election Promotion for initiating a visit of the Ukrainian delegation to Slovakia, where, according to our estimates, around 200,000 Ukrainians are living. Despite the fact that the visit was fairly short but quite productive, not only because members of the Ukrainian delegation met with the representatives of the Ukrainian government to identify some concerns and worries, but also, as my colleague mentioned before, was important because it involved a meeting with representatives of the Ukrainian community. It demonstrated that the government not only circulates information to the members of the Ukrainian community, but also readiness of Ukraine, its government, to hear its citizens in order to understand how we can best help implement election, how we can help Ukrainian voters staying abroad. From members of a meeting with the Ukrainian community during this delegation's meeting, visit to Slovakia, we identified also a number of positive trends. We could hear that the forthcoming election in Ukraine gonna be probably the most challenging ones, organizationally or administratively, taking into account at least the unprecedented number of Ukrainians that are currently staying abroad out of Ukraine. But also in view of the need to make sure that Ukrainian citizens, well, at least their predominant numbers, could exercise their right to vote for the candidates in the election. The out-of-country voting model that existed before has its limitations. It does, and our consular officers, the leadership of the MFA or heads of those diplomatic missions are aware that the physical throughput of polling stations deployed on the premises of the consular offices is limited. Open hours, accessibility, to name only a few of those constraints. And this means that relevant amendments will have to be made to the legislation of Ukraine, to the government legislation of Ukraine. We discussed this matter with our Slovak colleagues. We described how we envision the comprehensive coverage of Ukrainian voters in this election process, and of course, engagement of our partners. This is where Ukrainian communities abroad may play key role in helping embassies organize voting in the most efficient and effective way, provided, of course, relevant amendments to the legislation have been made. I am talking about Ukrainian civil society organizations abroad that could be very instrumental in disseminating election-related information or educating on election procedures. We all know that lawyers draft laws. Laymen may find it difficult to understand everything. So being able to explain things in plain Ukrainian would be an important part of this communication activity, countering disinformation. It's a challenge and quite pronounced in Slovakia. Currently, therefore, working with our citizens, our community here will be very important.
All these aspects which I mentioned will impact strengthening of trust and the voting process. All these issues have already been covered. One side, it's necessary to factor in leadership of embassies. We are the main burden in terms of preparation towards voting process will rest with them. We need to account specifics of each country, specifics of each Ukrainian community in this or that country, where the Ukrainian civic organizations will vary by their level of institutional capacity, access or proximity and logistics. For instance, in comparison of Canada and the United States, you'll find a huge gap and wealth of differences, and that how to approach organization of interaction. Probably partnership will be the answer. What should be in fact in place is transparent, honest relationships which will be sorted as a dialogue, taking into consideration our assessment and capability of the civic sector to estimate the interaction mechanisms. On the other hand, diplomatically, I'm convinced that the CC, the MFA, can affirm that the local Ukrainian community in the Slovak Republic confirms its availability to stand by and join with explanatory and clarification job. We have elaborated a number of intensive cooperation mechanisms cross communities. For 2 years, we have the steering committee at the level of the local communities, where regular meetings are conducted with regular exchange of data. At present, we are not involved into support to the voting processes, adapt cultural events and other fora of different dimensions are supported. This communication is vivid and it is continuously supported, and I believe that this is a viable mechanism to enable furtherance of cooperation, and that will be a prerequisite for all future endeavors. Thank you very much for your time, and at that I would like to say goodbye. Thank you very much for the future job undertaken. This plays high significance, as well as each contribution to that in terms of the EU integration, but from the point of mutual relationships, this project provided food for thought and offered some sentiment to ponder over to the ambassadors, and that probably for some time we'll be busy thinking over the approaches and methods which ought to be undertaken towards settlement of these issues. On the one hand, diplomatic, on the other hand, communication campaigns should be supported, and that what's evident to be supported is probably refinement, or what's a cornerstone that makes me share you my impression, or my observations of profound speakers, two ladies, which are absolutely beautiful, and they have perfect access to information, and that I would like to ask in my beautiful friend Natalia Popovich and give her the floor, since she is a high-profile expert, and she's an absolutely beautiful lady leading communications. Thank you very much for an opportunity to join to this conversation. Please signal if you can hear me quite well. The sound check is good, but we're short on time. Superb. The communication task that is set out for me is, a complicated assignment, some sort of complicated assignment. And on the one hand, communication with the international partners, and also paving the path towards communication channels and their establishment across Guatemala's communities, and again, the internationals when there are about 6,000, no, even 7 million Ukrainian people abroad. It's clear that there are some Ukrainians which used to stay overseas, and there are some contacts in place which existed before 2015 and 2020. But there are also those which are qualified as enforced diaspora. There are those who resided over there or migrated right there a long time ago, and there are lots of those who want to reintegrate and get back as returnees. And certainly we want to support them, and from the point of state and coordination of the effort, it's necessary to underline necessity to maintain a coherence of rights and the integrity that unites us. And that it's clear when there are no prerequisites for elections at the time of the war, we need to take precautionary measures and also shape the appropriate landscape for that. Again, following my experience, large number of Ukrainians play a pivotal role in fundraising. They're more than proactive in campaigning, interacting with parliaments, municipalities, and these people daily continuously explain to their neighbors and communities, why the Ukrainian victory is important. Today, I run the Ukrainian House in Denmark, and we as an institution stay open 6 days a week for the Ukrainian Danish community. We gained 400 events and projects which are being organized throughout the dialogue set up between the institutional authorities of Denmark and the Ukrainian community. This is our civil liability, probably to support the Ukrainian overseas on the land side. I can see that lots of the Ukrainian officers are not that much active in the Ukrainian lives. Lots of them are underinformed. Lots of them have lost interest in the Ukrainian life, and many of them have lost Telegram or other channels. They are not interested in the Ukrainian culture, either in the Ukrainian culture or in the Ukrainian reality. There are those who are aware of their civic responsibilities and accountability, but there are those who are reluctant even to respect the issues of sovereignty. And that let's probably broad lens of analysis. And that I would like to cite Alan Kafka, the Danish philosopher, politician. A brief book, but after fingering the papers or the pages of this book, you will see that catastrophes occurred where people around across Europe tended to be ignorant of the ongoing developments. There's numerous workshops and discussions of the future democracy and anticipations for the upcoming elections in Ukraine. Today, ask for thorough analysis. On the whole, I had a dream that everyone, all the Ukrainian officers would read the same book. But again, for the political impositions, it's numerate parents political choice where after accounting political prerequisites, we need to decide what choice to make use of. At that, the Institute of Memory and Democracy that advances public awareness campaigns around Ukraine, and that will be also another suggestion to interact with dozens of the Ukrainian organizations interacting with their target audiences, but in Denmark do not continuously talk on the same topics, be this public awareness campaigns, trainings, or digital resources, or any other types of formats. This is about early alerts to get engaged. Probably it's also another invitation for the churches where again, timely manner, early alerts should be given to provide support to the voters and to partake in voting. This is again a recovery effort, an effort to recognize the contribution of the Ukrainian abroad of this 24/7. Stay in contact with the Ukrainian on the ground in their homeland, and that we need to assess their capacity and invest into the underlying procedures that fuel multifold capital into strengthening human among the Ukrainians staying overseas, and which again timely in our response to the urgent tasks which used to be or are qualified as a focus of yesterday and not of today. And that, thank you very much for the invitation and for the possibility. Natalia, thank you very much for the way you resonate through your contribution. Copenhagen can mirror here in Ukraine on the ground, and after such reports as Natalia came up today, proves that we will be able to do one very important thing, that is to connect the Ukrainian people, since elections normally disconnect and the brain and societal erosion, and that the upcoming voting will become an element of social survival in support of this staying beyond the boundaries of Ukraine. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Stislav Mrozik, the Ukrainian training center. Greetings to all the participants of the ongoing conference. Sound check. Everything's fine. Yeah, beautiful. All is good. Thanks very much for the organization of this conference, specifically to Ide and Sergey, who is with us today. That is a very productive meeting within the framework of the embassy, and I, as a representative of the expatriates, would like to share my impressions and reservations today, since we have already processed through a number of issues at the meetings held, and this is an absolutely broad contour where sufficient resources and migration flows among peoples are observed, and lots of effort should be undertaken to ignite more organization effort into this tunnel of involvement. What do we face at that? Continuous provocations, even during riots in support of Ukraine. We have systematic opposition collisions set up by the Russian, and that core challenges which we face, they should be primarily decided that elections will depend on how competent the electoral commissions will demonstrate themselves. Primarily, we should go to the NGOs and also address them with queries on how to organize the joint effort, and to see in the civic society the strongholds and the bedrock of furtherance, where the advantage is aptitude to deliver structured mechanism for the security authorities among the partnering countries, since we need to calculate what the response of the aggressor will be, whether this will be the partnering countries or any other stakeholders in security domain there on the ground where the voting will be conducted. But the people today, in fact, do highly support. Everyone is hopeful that the war will end, and I am hopeful that we will win. First of all, thank you for your word of support. Security is an absolutely large dimension, and Ukraine as a country will differ from Austria. Probably Austria appears to be more complicated in comparison with Ukraine, but we're in Denmark, we can spot powerful, absolutely fantastic support. Same goes well for Sweden, and that it's necessary to pull together the effort of all the Ukrainian community to stay in our seas in our attempt to reach consensus and mutual understanding. And today, within the framework of this panel, we decided to cover those issues which were raised. This discussion proved to be really fruitful. At that, while saying that we will not have any coffee break, I would like to invite in for Q&A session, I have Pavlo Frolov on the line, and that I would like to underline that Pavlo is involved in trace and a very intensive migration flows. He's proactively involved into the support of communities and as an advisor to the permanent representative office of the OSCE. Pavlo can comment on what's going on at present. But I would like to thank to the organizers and speakers for a very interesting discussion. That's really true, that we have undertaken duty of care after proper exercise of rights by the Ukrainian citizens staying overseas. We approached multifold the spectrum and multiple times the sittings of the permanent representative mission at the level of SCE. We continuously meet with the Ukrainian communities, and that is my brief commentary that these meetings are productive. And with the communities, we did a deep dive, and our task is to secure confident ties with the Ukrainian for those Ukrainian who are unwell and to get back to Ukraine, and that we should focus on engagement of the Ukrainian citizens and high inclusiveness of the Ukrainian abroad. This is an extra complicated task, and that will be sort of cohesion test for the Ukrainian powers, and so that's essentially what's required. In terms of commenting on interaction with associations, unions, alliances, and other organizations working with emphasis, even whenever we do not touch elections, and where we do not look into such a daily routine of how to support one another. We look also for the ways of social healing, where to find the ways to cure the Ukrainian veterans, and what is to be done around the Ukrainian children who seek shelter and asylum from continuous shelling and missile strikes. That is necessary for the communities in the Ukrainian to start the conversation on elections. Since to establish capacities, open polling stations where we can help, under that to connect DIA application, for instance. Additionally, we need to employ such a mechanism as the commission, and we need to return people through our diplomatic representative offices, our associations, and the aspirants task, and the core challenge of that is to get more security oriented, to extend training programs, roll out workshops where procedures supporting the elections will be explained, and that we understand in a clear way that legislative changes are required, where if we haven't yet decided that at the executive level we need to authorize the diplomatic representatives and the ministries where there is no understanding where these authorities will be delegated in terms of rights or national integrity, whether they will stay as one or they will be segregated by displaced directions. That we need to decide on the authorization procedures, and embassies should get tuned into it, since again there are powerful resources, and we can see the ways to ensure the levels for that and the levies for that. And again, whenever it gets about signing off memorandums of understanding, for instance, or approaches towards the current legislation and the rules of stay of the Ukrainian overseas, we need to ensure fully fledged capacities and opportunities for the vote to attend in the polling stations. For them, the polling stations to permit to cast votes at the polling stations overseas. And alongside, I would like to touch upon a very important avenue. This is increase of budget and in favor of the CSC. It's clear enough that it's not that much popular as a topic on the current agenda. to augment budget in favor of the CSC, and the current deliberations are sort of obsolete, but that it's necessary to bring these resources to the combat condition, where in case of necessity, let's say, whenever there will be necessity to allocate 300 million euro, for instance, for the electoral purposes, it will be necessary to go over information protection, IPDR, etc., procedures which are necessary to enable the current legislation.
Not just CEC, but general public says that funding has to be earmarked and assigned well in advance. Thank you. By the way, I understand that your final remarks were related to your being a member of the budget committee of the parliament. It wasn't incidental that I recalled you were part of the Ukrainian delegation to the OEC Parliamentary Assembly, because OEC can help coordinate national cohesion training. We always encourage our colleagues from the parliament to join the observation mission, of the OEC. Often when we hear that people are skeptical of Ukrainian interest in fair democratic election, we always say, oh, you can act as observer somewhere at Kramatorsk or Kryvyi Rih, and the criticism disappears. Well, of course, it's nice to be an observer in an election held somewhere in Copenhagen or Budapest or any other European capital, but maybe even other cities in the countries where Ukrainians are residing. However, to be able to prepare the public, to train its representatives, we need to better understand the rules of the game that are not clear just as yet, because we don't know what election system gonna be in a place with them. Do we need anything to? Okay. I would subscribe to, well, almost everything that's been said here, but we'll add at least a bit on the need to coordinate effort. I travel on business and meet people who reminisce of their meetings with the CEC. Feedback is generally positive. What is, however, needed very much is a relevant follow-up. Okay, information collected, and now what? It'd be really good if this follow-up were felt, and often whenever we talk about election with our foreign partners, every time the matter of safety and security arises, say in Poland, a senior official of a law enforcement community said that he would certainly discourage his ilk to do it, fearful of potential provocations that might take place at the polling stations during Ukrainian election. Yes, certainly we are still working to draft amendments to the electoral legislation, electoral code in particular, but this is a mighty complicated task. Every amendment we propose is often criticized as the desire of the ruling party to set rules that benefit them. But at the same time, we have a very important remark from Andrei Mahera. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I appreciate you did to convene this important, instructive, and constructive event. I do have 5 things to propose. First, we need to understand that out-of-country voting is a sovereign decision of our partners. In Melnichenko versus Ukraine judgment of the Strasbourg court, or in 2010 judgment against Greece, you may find a lot of interesting things. Second, on European continent, there is no unanimity or homogeneity in the practices, but they all give you some lessons to be learned to help us find our model. I can tell you which challenges, financial, organizational, security related, be leading. All of them are challenges by in themselves. One other thing, funding. If there is no funding in the budget, all our best intentions won't come to any material end. What I'm saying is that we do not know what the society will think preferable. Finance voting out of the country, or humanitarian demining, or countering terrorist attacks. And my 5th conclusion organically grows from my previous thesis point. It's good to have a work group in the parliament working on amendments to the electoral legislation, but it'd be good if the parliament set forth a certain milestones, certain framework. What will Ukraine want to see in its first post-war elections? Once again, thank you, the conveners, for that, and thank you, Ihor, for remarkable moderation. Thank you, because what I'm left to do here is to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who took part in this discussion. And second, to express my apologies to our online participants. I know that there are many of them out there, and unfortunately, not all of them could have an opportunity to speak up. But the main message is clear. We need to unite. Andrei, moments ago, started to draw some conclusions from today's event. So I'm surrendering my mic to you and Yulia Shipilova. Thank you. I know, dear colleagues, that it's been they loaded with all sorts of information, so we decided to sacrifice our coffee break and proceed directly to our recommendations. Won't say a lot about them as they are included in the draft report. And I reiterate it's just a draft report subject to further finalization, accommodating the outcomes of today's discussion. But I will still dwell upon the prior recommendations we have in print and are ready to collect your feedback, your advice, your proposals. Can promise that we will accommodate all of them, but we'll certainly look into each and every proposal. So, in a nutshell, what these recommendations are, we already mentioned about legal framework. Everything might look fine when we discuss today, but without a legal frame in place, nothing will ever is likely to be implemented, including creating polling stations outside of embassies or consular offices. Both Moldovan and Romanian experience has shown that mutual responsibility of MFA, MOI, etc. May be effective as long as there is a clear definition of roles and responsibilities. Second, coordination. Interagency coordination, including coordination between law enforcement authorities. Moldovan experience pointed to the multiple attempts of the Russian Federation to interfere. During our visits, we had extensive discussions with representatives of the law enforcement community. Many of them are concerned with them. Halachuk mentioned concerns that circulate in Poland. I almost sure that Ukrainian election won't be called this year, but potentially next year, two election processes might almost coincide in two big countries like Ukraine and Poland are. So adopting legal framework well in advance. So we have noted voices coming from the parliament on the tradition to make changes 5 minutes before the start of the game. And then, of course, traditionally we start pointing fingers at those who are to blame. Code of good practice underscores that such amendments have to be made at least 1 year before election is called. The sooner we adopt the changes, the better relevant authorities will be able to prepare for that election process. Also, haste makes waste. Hastily adopted legislation will certainly lead to a lot of complaints and challenges. We've also heard a lot today about the need to enhance cooperation should Ukraine decide to expand the network of polling stations abroad. Staffing, commissions, security arrangements all take time. So the third recommendation goes to the institutional capacity of the CCMFA and diplomatic missions and representatives' office abroad. Let's be frank. Vladislav, correct me if I'm wrong. There are 8 persons in the department charged with the organization of out-of-country voting, at least nominally. So, if we start thinking about opening polling stations outside of diplomatic missions stationed abroad, this number of people won't suffice. So we need to think of how to staff the election commissions, how to train them, because if you do it 5 minutes before 12, you may expect lots of ramifications. So additional staffing, funding, and support calls for providing additional support goes out to the European Commission. We touch base with Vadim Halaychuk and agreed that CEC's budget this year is only 27% of its need. We understand that the government has to spend almost everything on the armed forces, on our defense. So some of international partners might step in, but to this end, Ukraine has to provide appropriate legal framework. So those who will to help Ukraine will equally need to understand what they spend their taxpayers' money for. Recommendation number 4. At the stage of being implemented, interaction, cooperation with relevant authorities abroad, consultative visits, study visits, so to speak, that's taking place where in a way informal, because CCMFA has no explicit mandate to start things like preparing polling stations outside of diplomatic missions or consular offices. However, host countries also stated they need time to get ready because it is a challenge for them as well. They would like to help, that they can make things happen overnight. They have some bureaucratic procedures to follow, plus budgeting. On one hand, we need to understand what aid can be provided by the, say, hosting countries. On the other hand, clarity will support forward planning, procurement, including routine things like cleaning the premises, parking fee, lots of little items, not always readily visible. Premises will have to be rented in advance. Security personnel hired. Say Russia wanting to interfere with the process in Moldova started disseminating fake messages about mining the polling stations. probably they just wanted to disturb the public opinion. In some nations, law enforcement had prepared themselves well enough. In Romania, law enforcement made a clear statement with regard to the mining risks, assuring that voters can come and vote.
In Romania, under the same circumstances, voting got suspended. Polling stations all across them were examined from the point of demining, and the effort was undertaken to recover the voting process. Huge share of voters did not turn up because of such a security reservation. So these issues should be attended as well. Another concern is to establish a register of voters abroad. And that I can see the feedback from Alexander, how that resonates with him. That should be a standalone registry. Probably it should be a part of the wholesome registry. From the point of the legal status and the current practices of Moldova and Romania, Italy, France, etc., many countries can demonstrate effective mechanisms of registering voters abroad. Olga Avazovska as well mentioned today that there is no necessity to waste relevant resources without the need to do so. In the Ukrainian context, perhaps that will be a way to do. In Ukraine, that might to be a story about documents which are well reinforced opposition towards facilitation of voting abroad for the voters in overseas in an effort to escape voting manipulations, early registrations in Moldova and online verification of voters at the polling stations right there on the ground by way of making use of electronic registers where it makes no sense to pile up lists of voters at the polling stations on the ground. Again, the question is about the scaling up of the effort and the resources required for that, whether we're well equipped or whether, so to speak, amnesties for that is enough computers to process ballots, 200, 400, 600 thousand, whether this will be enough general or not. Again, for that, how to procure this equipment is an issue, whether that will be an overnight answer. That there is hinges on early planning, where we should be governed by proper data, and the devil lies in the details. The devil's in the details, and again, the issue is how to regulate all that. The recommendation number 6 is about centralized, local, and the mixed model regarding assessment of possible models of printing out action for election, the ballots, voting ballots, and purchase of voting materials, enabling organization of voting overseas. That in terms of procurement, there are advantages and disadvantages, and that controversies will arise. We should look into the core agreements reached by the MFA and, for instance, the Hungarian authorities were, while being on a journey through Europe, some evident issues will arise in other countries. They will differ. That we need to talk over all these challenges. This or that way, rules should be considered, and we need to do deep dive. Certainly, security balance should be ensured, but anyway, prior rules should be elaborated, and that should be a must-have requirement. We need to ensure high level of turnout in view of the operational burden in place when we started the ongoing developments within the working group. We could hear multiple times about the challenges that might part of the Ukrainian will turn up at the polling stations. For what purpose we need to waste the manner different practice to Moldova and Romania quite often there were critical cases where there was a miss number of voting ballots where people were to cast votes on white paper and they have such a voting ballots so qualified with, and this undermined the electoral process that did not entail that this was born, no way at all. But we need to ponder over it anyway. Let's say conventionally, the Romanian and the Moldovan citizens thought about setting up a skeleton of criteria towards qualification of voting results, and this is fun, not that easy. And complaints and grievances normally received from this polling stations and the qualification criteria for the voting results should be clear, but our conference should be rather for navigates and lines and voting results as well. Poland is proud to demonstrate the previous voting accomplishments. This proves that Ukraine can be proud of its distinguished experience in the voting procedures, and that from the point of OCV, we together with Sergei discussed it together with Kanevsky, where there should be an understanding that there are many people who end up abroad where they never were attached to those who for a long time stay overseas. And again, when I guess about setting up a voting process abroad, staff journey and the commission should be aware of the challenges. The issue is how to recruit manpower as commission as for the cities or for the pressing polling stations, and again after this moment the commissioners are yet nominated by the representatives of political parties, and that so that is traced. And the question is regarding possibility of appointments of commissioners abroad, whether they are well be, let's say blind spies or silent sleeping agents, as they normally call them, where sleeping agents can function from the point of getting the makeup of the pressing polling stations should be qualified and well trained, and where there is a trend positing that in a couple of days or even hours before the voting process, people and the commissions normally will change. We should prevent such practices. Well, now recommendation number 9. My click started its own life. Ensure and balanced combination accessibility, rational implementation and organization of voting abroad. What the planet Tokar told us students at the voting ballot travel of the vote well includes reference to the recommendations well discussed in a vote abroad, where hopeful to find closer proximity to the Ukrainian vote overseas. Today we spoke about the necessity to count the Ukrainian reality and the balance between what is wish to have and what should be in place. Different countries, there are the Ukrainian which work in very dense communities. it's much easier to set up a polling station, but there are other countries of another pattern, such as Finland, for instance, where, or let's say, the current general public is scattered. And at that it will be difficult to find a polling station in close proximity to a housing and not to waste resources which will be scarce at the state level. We need to see how to be smart in budgeting. And another thing to consider is the security situation and proper conditions enabling people with disabilities to vote. Whenever we talked with the host countries, and many countries spoke on this agenda, this social coherence and social enabling drivers are high on the agenda. Probably we will need to attend it once again, and with high degree of authority and impact. At that of the only coordination effort and concerns involving assessment each polling station where the situation will be indeed unique. In Denmark, from the point of the rentals of the polling premises, where the Ukrainian house in Denmark, and today you could see Natalia Popovich, chairman of the Ukrainian house in Denmark, who came up with a suggestion to set up a polling station right there. The local authorities in Denmark were worrisome since these premises lie near to the premises of the local parliament. But this is an issue of coordination with the host party, where we need to reconsider checklists to be able to assess the risks at each polling station, standing available and well prepared for the cyber threats and risks, where conversation are lost in, and whenever it gets about interference from abroad, quadrails should be developed tandem regular threats from social media, and where, for instance, abroad you have your family or friends or close community where they rely heavily on social media as a reliable source of information, and they can be even more a proponent towards that from the point of cyber environment.
Maybe
We
I'm
spoke about this.
mistaken. Latvia said that they would be ready to provide a lot, accepting laptops or computers, because this is a matter of cybersecurity. So, hence the need to think about electronic systems that might be used abroad. Transparency and effective supervision. Ola Azovska from Opora is known as someone who always thinks about observation abroad. To respond, I'd add that not just members of the public, but representatives of political parties would want to act as observers. In turn, this means this will have to be somehow regulated legislatively, and international observation again. There should exist clear complaint procedures and results reporting mechanisms. Recommendation 12 is resonating with the topic of our latest panel discussion: engagement and communication with Ukrainians, diaspora or communities. And diaspora, however, has increasingly been used to mean Ukrainian communities Natalia Popovich mentioned about multi-channel communication. We heard that information is often formally present on official websites, but worded so that it makes it unlikely for ordinary voters to be able to benefit by perusing this information. Voter registration, communicating the time and location of voting, and clearly Ukrainian communities have to be treated as partners in countering disinformation and misinformation. Last but not least, coordination with the host country and European Union institutions. Most of coordination will clearly be dealt with at the level of diplomatic missions and consular offices, but we can't forget about the fact that host authorities often communicate their desire to help, but miss relevant information. And let's be frank, visits have been held, governments state their readiness to help, but it would be an exaggeration to state that they has already started preparation. All the more so that Ukrainian legislation is still in the process of definition. We had preliminary talks with the EU external relations, and I think that in the light of this recommendation, certain work can already be started. Now that this will help make advanced steps to plan for rental of premises, and this alone may probably push countries that are not as yet ready to step in, to follow the example of more active counterparts of theirs. With this, I wind up and will only ask if members of the audience offer online to. We can't hear. We can hear what he's saying. Recommendations for teen. Well, fear not. We can add yet another proposition to post-war election, how to unquestionably comply with the provisions of the election legislation and the Constitution of Ukraine, so as to prevent any claims for lack of legitimacy. This would probably be right. Anyway, that depends on you. Thank you, Andrei. Well, rule of law is the leading principle of democracy, and this is a key requirement for our accession to the European Union. If there is no rule of law and adherence to constitutional provisions are part of it, won't take us a long way. Alexander Stelmach? Okay. Maybe recommendation 5 may be paraphrased and merged with other recommendations. Well, registration. Nobody but us can handle it. What other types of accounting for you. Well, this recommendation again is in consonance with the proposals with regard to the law to be active registration. Use the microphone, please, because interpreters and attendants online will hear. Yes, of course, we'll be doing that, reliant on the unified register of voters of Ukraine, no matter whether they live. Thank you. Any further comments? Oksana, can you help us with pointing to online participants? If not, then Sergey, would you please make some closing remarks? And of course, 200 pages in the report. We have discussed its contents before, speaking of CEC and MFA, but this is exactly why we call it a draft report, because we want to have your proposals reviewed and accommodated as much as it is possible, so that the report informs our legislators. Closing remarks. And Vladislav, well, maybe he was not going to, but from me, I'll say this. We have seen that a lot of work has already been done. Us as CC would certainly be happy to see this process brings some tangible results. Training, they say, we don't mind, but we don't know what training should be about since there is no legal framework. And timing. Lots of times we mentioned how complicated election process is and how more complicated it is likely to be when the time comes to prepare for something we have never had before. Polling stations outside of diplomatic missions, additional budget, contracts, agreements, approvals, endorsements from legal enforcement authorities. So many things can go wrong. The only positive contribution to alleviating these difficulties is time. The more time we have in advance, the better. So legal framework and enough of time. Thank you, Vladislav. I'll just echo Serhiy's words. I was to mention a couple of other things, but the most worrisome thing is uncertainty about the timing. And timing depends on the availability of the framework, rules of the game. Consular battalion, you call it. Consular battalion is standing by to for the engagement, so to speak. But the engagement is not possible until there is this groundwork is laid, rules of the game, something that the consular service is waiting for, and our citizens abroad likewise. Thank you. No matter how we are looking at this process and the future elections, I'm sure that the expert community will not challenge the statement that plans and actions taken in advance, including legislative regulation, will certainly dismiss lots of concerns. I know that today's discussion has been extended because on one hand we wanted to show differing positions and opinions, and I am particularly grateful to the members of the Ukrainian parliament who joined us before and after lunch. Many of them were online. Over 70 people were attending, taking notes, written and mental. I also would like to say thank you to the CC, MFA, representatives of consular offices and diplomatic missions of Ukraine for their readiness to act despite all the uncertainty. We all know that nothing will happen unless you do something. On the other hand, the relevance of the mandate, I would want to recognize the activities of our government authorities who will do everything they can if they have that mandate. And I thank them for that. And of course, I would like to say thank you to our civil society partners. Well, civil society partners, both experts and others, Opora, but civil society is also made of Ukrainian communities existing abroad. Not all citizens of Ukraine are politically active out there, but there are organizations and they are made of the more active ones. I too very grateful to our partners from international organizations, from the Council of Europe, for joining us in this effort.
The work done, study visits to Germany, Portugal, and Spain, and the recommendations, elaboration of this report are well appreciated. And the last but not least is gratitude to my team. High burden rested with them. Chiparenko, Mrs. Chiparenko, who was the leader in organizing these consultancies alongside with Igor, who jointly with Mrs. Chiparenko, Oksana Bedenko, project coordinate, celebrated report. I would like to say thank you to Alyona Pugacheva, Danilo Kolesnik. I cannot see him in the close proximity, but all of them were at the backstage the event we have today. They supported us throughout all these days spent together. I would like to say thank you to the team of technical support engineers and interpreters who supported us. So there were some technical disparities and glitches at times. Quite not everything can be controlled, but on the whole, I'm hopeful that we could communicate at the level that was indeed useful. And that I would like to say thank you to everyone. So that was the last discussion. And I'm hopeful that we can bring final touches to the ongoing discussion and jump to an informal way exchange. Thanks a lot to all of online participants who had a wealth of reps from the EU Parliament, the EU Commission, representatives of the state authorities from many countries, NGOs, civic society organizations. I know that online events quite often are but perceived with a high level of difficulties, and this led offline and we are hopeful that the job and the avenues initiated today will have but it will be not a protracted effort. While staying hopeful that the work will continue within the premises of the Ukrainian Parliament around, and that anticipating that we will be able to decide all the legal ambiguities quickly. Wishing everyone a good night for you. Goodbye.